Our brief abridged recap. In the last session, Clive was broken free of his imprisonment after being briefly held for interrogation and questioning as it surrounds Benny's death. Discovering that this conspiracy goes deeper than previously thought, he was helped escape by Dusk, the assistant assigned to him by Ministry Intelligence, given an item that would bestow upon him the ability to reveal the traitors, and encountered Lanoth in his office, summoning demons and devils and many foes for the champion to face. In a quick but brutal conflict, Lanoth was ripped from his office through a tear in space. Axel had arrived at the Ministry Spire to find Clive alongside Lucy, after having visions of odd occurrences in a brief meeting himself with Lanoth just that same day. Learning that Clive had apparently been imprisoned there and escaped, he had to wait around the Ministry Spire as Lucy followed a lead that said Clive had gone to the Truth Seeker Institute on his departure from custody. It was then that he noticed Ophelia and her brother arriving to talk to Ophelia's, or their father, saw Heinrich and Mariah arrive to invite Lanoth to both the baby shower, the party for their child Mako coming home, but also for Mariah to submit her notice of quitting the ministry, but also encountered an auburn-haired woman sprinting up the stairs after seeing visions of a shadowed, dark room where Lanoth and or Clive would be. It was only after an epiphany occurred did Axel leap into action and dash through the window in an attempt to save the lives of his allies, but in doing so, AB set off some other course of events. Ophelia, having a new breakthrough, albeit not a good one, in her research, has spent many a day with both her brother and her father, questioning them, or mainly questioning her father, but also helping her brother get more accustomed to normal living while using her father's information and resources to help divulge answers to her equation, learning that if not properly handled, the planar equation that would open a gate could itself become unstable and become more of a tear. And while they could close the door they opened, if the walls are missing, a closed door means nothing. On the flip side, Kalen had just escaped the tunnels after capturing Field Marshal Cantello, only to find the research outpost being destroyed, assailed, sieged by the Third Aegis. Narrowly escaping at the cost of many lives, they watched as the research outpost was destroyed, the above-ground facility completely demolished by some explosion of some kind from the inside, and they withdrew back to begin to plan and reform, only for Demetrius to arrive and inform them that perhaps Lanoth might be behind many of these strange occurrences and seeming ambush that have been plaguing both himself and the odd occurrences back in the city, as Clive himself was told to Kalen at this point had just been arrested about a week prior. Kalen spent the next week gathering information before being informed that Cantello, his cell, was empty and that the guards outside were dead. And after verifying the information himself, his citadel, the to be determined, fell from the sky, and before him was a massive Third Aegis army that outnumbered his current force that was slowly beginning to filter out of the crashed vessel. A monarch who proclaimed himself an emperor that would take over Aradnis before them, and a devilish figure by his side, those large pylons that had brought down the Lance of Judgment at the facility present as well, as if planning this exact moment. And before we get any more details in the recap there, I would like to give all of our players little moments that will hopefully capture most of what has happened to each of you individually. And so we go in order. We start off with Ophelia, esteemed daughter of a disgraced society. Your mind is something few outside Aradnis could ever match. Your advancements so many and so great, none can doubt the prowess you possess in your field. But lurking in the light of that grandiosity is the shadow of family, the weight of expectations is the carrot and stick of whoever gives you the resources you need to succeed. Your life has always been that of a mouse on a wheel. It spins, but for who does it spin? You, the mouse, or those watching to see when you'll learn to step outside the established rules? There's an irony in finding connection just before it could ever matter again. But your life's only ever been a mix of wicked irony and unfair circumstances. It remains as such even now. Clive, the heart of frontier justice in a world where such thoughts may seem outdated to most. In a world on the cusp of total unity under Aradnis, you've seen untold amounts of discord and separation. You've lost so much, been used by so many, and still push forward for a tomorrow that will stand strong with legs built up by virtue and integrity. Yet the eyes of a hawk can only see so far. When a bear enters a den of wolves, lament not the death of the bear for it knew where it ventured. You are no bear. Your beak pecks at a pit of vipers, each one coiled to strike. Axel, witness to time, anchor of possibility. Your story's perhaps been written before you even took up the spot in the Ethics Assembly. Or maybe your story's being written by the you that you are not. Anything could be the reason yet in a sick twist of fate. The only way you'll ever know is by plucking the last petals of your existence like a daisy in a field. Beauty gleams for a moment, then gone, never to return. Your journey is that of a smoldering campfire. You burn so bright, but you are destined to burn out. Everyone can see how it ends, but only the flame is truly present for its final moments. Only it can know if that next log will be its last. The next log atop your pyre has been placed. Now you watch the flames dance. Kalen, an icon, a soldier who sets the standards of tomorrow. With accolades, accomplishments, and professional pedigree seen only once in a generation, you've been the tip of the spear for every major recent Iranian conflict, the scalpel of precise surgical victory, and most recently, the hammer of devastation to those who seek your ruin. But in the eyes of so many untold millions you've left in the wake of your triumphs, you are a cruel creature. The families you've torn apart on orders given, the nations you've taught because of the few speaking for the many, and the glory you receive by piling high the rise of culture and civilizations alike. When your time comes, what will they say about you? Let us find out. Kalen, roll me initiative, please.
Have you put on the map?
I got you. I'm pulling on the map real quick. And let me
Come on,
create the
bro.
initiative tracker.
You can win this, bro.
Godspeed.
Godspeed,
We
Kalen.
now recap for Kalen the events of his crash. Awakening in darkness, you saw troops scrambling outside, soldiers telling you that there's been a sighting of enemies out abroad surrounding the facility, your crash citadel. When you emerged, the monarch declared that Aradnis itself is preoccupied elsewhere, and as such, you have been abandoned, and that you can choose in this moment to die as a dog or to join them. And you said you'd rather die. And in that moment, the first wave of Third Aegis troops began to barrel in your direction. And I will now roll their initiative and start combat. Let me just find the song I wish to play. I hope I lost my own song. Yeah, sure. I forgot this is a song I had for this. Holy shit. You know, the irony of this song being in this playlist I've had is fucking insane. I've had this since I first ran this game years ago. Anyways. It's a remix though, because I gotta get my copyright somehow, guys. We start off this perhaps final combat for Commandant Kalen and his contingent. With Kalen, you are first.
They rolled lower than me?
They did indeed roll lower than you.
I was like, I fucking rolled like ass.
Movement.
Am I able to hold action?
Yes, you know, there is
Defend.
there actually is an option for not moving. It is the defend command you can give. When you're defending a location, I believe you get a bonus. Let me check it. You get a bonus roll if I recall correctly. Let me check. Holding ground is a +1 to all of your rolls. So, while you are fighting, your soldiers will get a +3 to all rolls, technically speaking, as long as you're defending this location.
Yeah, that's my plan. I can't move these guys because my fat ass is in the way.
Oh, I bet. In that case, I will look them right here. I got you. Also, if you want to use any sort of battle plan, you can. Well, actually, no, I guess you can't because this is an ambush. That only works if it's not an ambush. I will roll for them. I need you to roll me insight, please.
Insight dookie. That's not a bad roll.
That beats their check by exactly 1, which means they do not get their benefits of their plan they had in order here. So,
I'm trying to think how I want this set up.
remember, each round, another 10,000 will emerge. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 90,000. You have... That's the old numbers there. You have 90,000. You've got about 60,000 more inside before you're out of troops that can fight. If you're, whenever you're ready to end your turn, let me know, and I'll end it.
Yeah, that's it.
The first wave will push forward. I'm gonna send, for my own sanity's sake, move them up like this. Bam, here, here. These ones are gonna rush forward to cover the gap and get a -1 on their rolls. And their whole goal is just to try and swarm you right now. Keep them here. And 4. So I'm gonna readjust those here. There we go. I would like you to roll me 8d6, please. Only on ones that matter. Okay, you got some 6s in there. I will remove bam, bam. You lose guaranteed 3 people off the front. I'm going to take these 3 here, and they're going to push in further. That, however, is their turn. Which brings us to your top of your turn. You are free to roll any attacks you have you'd like. I believe it's a bit lower now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can roll me 6d10, or 66. And 10,000 more show up here. You can place whatever you like, but they'll give a they won't be able to fight this round. But actually, they can fight this round. They can fight this round. Put whatever you'd like, and they can add to your nothing right there. All right, cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 76, please.
Wouldn't I be like me and Leyland be able to attack the 2 that are in the corners?
Yes, you may. So we'll first roll the 76, and I'll tell you which ones get the bonus to the roll. So that means those 2 there. Okay, so all of these guys get a +3 by default. Or get a +2 by default, and you land and give another +1, so +3. These guys in the middle here. Yeah. Okay. The middle ones are wiped out completely. I rolled 2 natural ones as well, so these guys are also dead. You got 1 extra 6 there. That one is gone. In this first hour of conflict, the first wave charges in, managed to cleave through the very tip of your kind of triangular formation there, before your forces both rallying and reinforcing send a volley of these archers, like kind of barrage overhead, almost like rain that fall down their backline before your blades and shields hit the front line, cleaving through more forces. Most of this first wave is getting decimated. I actually did subtract. You lost 3 if I recall correctly. Yeah, you lost 3. You know what's crazy? Having that +2 to all those rolls right now is what kept most of them from dying that last round. They rolled a lot higher than your guys on the dice last round, but the +2 adds to it, which means unless they beat them by like equal or above, they're dead. I'm gonna keep talking about people are dead here in my own chat. Bring us to the next round. You hear another horn blow. Hand is waved forward, and next wave of troops is going to rush forward. They're going to have to run in there with a -1 of their roll. But they're going to try and keep this assault up. Roll me 7d6, please, once more.
Ooh. That is not good.
That is not good indeed. I mean, +2 to all. Oh!
Yeah, that is.
No, I rolled a lot of ones. Also, I rolled a lot of ones.
Oh, you did.
That's why I said, oh, like that. I checked my rolls. It's like, oh, fuck.
Yes.
Let's see here. Well, with a +2, so that means we got a 6, 4, 4. 1 is a 1, 4, 5, 5. Those +2s are going crazy. I'll be honest. 2 are dead, but they lose 3 from this in total, which ends their turn. They're gonna spread here a bit. Kaylin, you get a call, like a mental link. One of your officers, they go, Commandant, the Citadel can fire about half of its guns as of right now, sir. You give us a target, we'll fire. And it is your turn as another 10 doesn't come up.
Target the back line.
Alright, I'm going to roll some dice. You can roll me however many you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, if you were involved this round, remember your health has been reduced to half, so you can only fight.
Yep.
You're out for that one round. Leyland can fight one more round before he's literally knocked unconscious. Actually, he can fight for one more round, but you will fight if you're taking a breather yourself. Oh, can we do that?
I'll fight so that he doesn't get knocked out.
Alright, in that case, you'll be for one full round, you will technically be rendered unconscious technically after this round goes through, so you won't be able to give any orders after this round.
We'll just hope that everything goes.
Target the back line. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and roll me that 1, 2, 3, 4, 6d6, please. Also, you meant their far back line, or you meant the back line of the guys that are up front right now, like fighting you?
No, the far back line.
Okay, they took out with that roll. You watch the right side pylon get bombarded with these explosions, blast of fire and energy, arcane lances shooting across the sky. Entire formations are wiped completely out on that side. They are rolling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They get some ones. You did get 2 1s in there.
Yeah, the dice are gonna fuck me over.
I mean, narratively speaking, it is only valid because your people are like fresh out of a crash. Most of these most heroes that are coming out are wearing like half of their armor. Some have like pieces of shrapnel stuck in their body still that are still holding on. You did, however, manage to get through all these knights up front, which are the main ones that are hitting the hardest, and they rolled a natural 1 for right here. Yep. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's it. And that's up. You can readjust your troop level if you'd like to whatever your formation is to be.
I can't move Leland. Move him next to me. Oop. I mean to do that. I wanted to.
This round, sensing the encroaching defeat of this front line you have here, this force you brought out in a mass to hold them back, this first group is going to try and push in just enough to surround. Well, these ones are going to pull back over here. These are going to readjust in their far back line. You do see that some of them are withdrawing, though. Only a small batch are staying back, almost exactly enough to hold your people in place. Roll me 4d6, please. And since you took the blow this time, one of you will get a bonus to roll. Hell yeah. Thanks for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 66 from them. Get a -1. Okay. Only one is killed here. Top of the round, another 10,000 emerge, almost replacing the ones that were lost right there. That is another 3 hours into fighting, Kaelin. It is your turn. Roll me 4d6, please. And we'll have your Citadel shoot the back line. The backline over here, for the back, this pile up north is completely wiped out. You begin to see your Citadel, while not, it's still heavily damaged, begin to gain a bit more power and lift to it as this top section here is obliterated completely off the map. You watch a mushroom cloud, a small one that explodes where they were standing, and they are gone. 2 natural ones off rip. And then 6. Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. 4, 4. Wow. Only one of them is left.
Oh.
I was looking at the numbers, only one of them is left. They rolled 2 natural ones. That was a terrible plan trying to surround you, I guess. Which ends their turn. This guy is going to he's gonna pull back and retreat.
It's like,
yeah, full retreat back this way. And they're gonna circle. They're just gonna move 2 miles to the pylon. They're gonna circle like this. They're gonna reset up their front line here. Readjust. I would like you to roll me perception, please, Kaelin, as they begin to readjust their formations. There is also a bit of lull here. You do get a short rest. You can use your hit dice. 7.
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't have good perception.
Let's see here. So we're down.
Oops, how do I just...
70,000. Let me go adjust the numbers. After hour 5 of fighting comes to a close. 1 second here. 11. Add your hit points up. I need to actually go check. I need to alter the numbers.
It added to me.
Fast.
It already did it for me, so I'm good.
Oh, even better. 1, 2, 3. 83. You have inside your Citadel, Kaelin, about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30,000 more men are inside roughly that have yet to deploy to actively fight at this point in time. The tides of battle shifting. You're unsure what their formation shift exactly is the plan here. Much of their first offensive force has been obliterated. Your Citadel has been actively bombarding all the past 4 or 5 hours. And it is at that point in time that as they're beginning to pull back, you awaken in like a small backline area, injured, hurting. Some of your other troops are injured and hurting back there, but being put back into the fight. Actually, go ahead and roll me what would call a flat D100 check to see if from the injured you can get another 10,000 left. Unfortunately not. The first waves they're not all dead, but those first attacks from already being injured, much of the people that came out injured are being pulled back inside as opposed to being pulled to a back line kind of infirmary area. Everyone that's hurt is just being kept inside out of the way. Layla looks at you and goes, Kaelin, we're getting hit pretty hard, but with the Citadel here and our remaining force, we might have a chance to take these people out, if I'm being honest. What are your orders, sir? They've begun to make an offensive line.
Target the bottom. Have the Citadel target the bottom line. I mean, we'll just hold until we can get a little bit more men to push, if we even need to push. I mean, the Citadel will just keep firing, so it'd be kind of dumb for them to just sit there.
Precisely. And I was thinking, too, with that one pylon down up top, we should be getting more firepower, actually. We were only using about half of our total firepower originally. With the Citadel getting more fueled up, and perhaps the staff can get more, maybe in contact with help somewhere. Alright, I'll order them to fire off the distance, or I'll order them to fire on the back line, the bottom pylon. Maybe we can get some more lift. Use the whatever airtime we have as like a mobile base, even though it can't fly as far. It would be good to get our people off the ground, away from the fighting.
Yes. Just keep defending this area. They don't seem like they're using any kind of long range right now, so.
And with that, Leyland will begin to redistribute the men. The Citadel, you watch them begin to turn face for the side that can fire still. Almost all the guns kind of begin to aim in that direction. It does begin to fire. I'm going to roll. This is like at the very end of your recovery round, essentially, what is happening right now. This is why I'm having this little moment, because at the end of this recovery round, another 10,000 emerge. They don't get the other pylon, but they do get these three wiped off the board completely. And as they do, what was your perception roll again?
7? Or no.
Alright.
Or yeah. Yep, 7. A whole 7.
In the midst of this brief lapse in combat, as your troops have done exponentially better than perhaps expected in their injured state, your troops have begun to pull back to the Citadel to get more cover and to also cover the emerging troops. You notice that from within the Citadel, what looks to be perhaps another 10,000 are coming out to join, of the remaining 30,000 that are inside coming to assist you. And it is in that moment, as those 10,000 are coming out, I'll actually mark them, it doesn't matter, as those 10,000 are coming out, that time itself stands still. You feel your blood slowing, your vision locking on the point you last put your focus. Temporal reality begins to flow at the discretion of something else right now. There's no control over your body. You cannot move, you cannot breathe, you cannot think. You finally blink, and the world around you is vastly different. Roll me first an Arcana check, and then I will describe to you the scene that is now playing out before you. Oh! I mean, that's valid. That is valid. It is. All right. I need to play this one.
Gabe is bullying him.
A lot more than that. First, the clock. Move the clock 4 by 4 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The world around you, as I said before, vastly different. The Citadel, the to be determined, your Citadel, as you finally regain focus or regain cognizance, perhaps, awareness, is in the midst of exploding. Detonations already underway. And by the time you notice this, that it hits you, this realization, the structure has already erupted in a spray of stone, dust, and magic residue. All of the troops who had been gathering vanish in a flash. One just like you saw at the Iranian outpost further north. A detonation of the interior core. But how? Another Aegis weapon? What the survivors, the other 30,000, the people inside, the officers, the injured, the technicians, the support staff, the medical personnel, all of them gone in an instant, without even the possibility of survival or a chance at surrender. Just gone. Looking at the battlefield, the air grows thick, and the combat, or rather the lack of, even more silent. Only those who have been trickling from the Citadel to come reinforce you and those who had already been fighting by your side remain. From the slowly raining debris, wings and glistening scales The moment hits you. The rubble is falling far too slow. The wings flap once and the dust is blown away from the pressure, revealing a titanic, iridescent dragon with a woman atop it. In between the cracks of the now shattered citadel that had been your base and home for months, you see thousands, if not hundreds of thousands more Third Aegis soldiers marching from concealed tunnels. Massive cannon platforms, other artillery emplacements being pushed forward. They're equipped for a full-scale invasion. Only you know of it. Only you stand between them and the eastern side of the Aradnian core cities. But you hurt, and you're tired. But you still breathe. You're still alive, still here. There is a sentiment you see in the face of all those around you, that they share the same thought. These soldiers, these Aradnians, your people, much like you, they'll be damned if they allow a single one of these people to get past them while they still live. And I will now show you how the map has shifted since last you were aware. And I'm only just in the time of day so you can see the full map right now, because it was dark before. Do it this way. Oh, not those guys. You're not here. Wrong map. Leyland looks to you, saying, resolute look that's always been in his face. The second wave of Aegis soldiers begin to charge, this time from all sides. Your commanders begin to rally the forces around you. Your auxiliary units begin to circle to your flank. Your second-in-command, Leyland, stands in front of you, eyes affixed on the battlefield, then back to you. A deep breath taken, a heavy exhale. What do you say in this moment?
I don't have much for words, but obviously, they won't be taking us alive.
He will nod his head. You see, in response to that, some of the troops of your own formation have begun to circle around to cover the rear guard, the flank at your backs. The dragon is not landed. It is still maybe a couple 100 feet in the air. Kind of just idly, wings flap above the ground. And as this... Where is I'm looking for here? I lost my notes just now. I strolled to read something else for this scene here. I totally lost my notes. I'm so sorry. I feel like such a foolish man. There we go. You, as your rearguard circling around, Leyland looks at you and goes, "All right then. No prisoners. But I believe, at very least, Commandant Cailan, I'm getting used to this. The blood getting to me. That you can't die here when there's still much left to do. We reside at the apex. Show them that." He puts a hand in your chest, a firm, reassuring one, and then cocks the arm back and gives a strong shove, a shock of energy from the armor, enhancing the strength, pushing you back a few dozen feet, just as the second wave of this new Aegis assault force meets your front line. Your perception hyper-focuses on the battle. In this moment of stunned, almost surprise, your eyes lock onto Leyland for what you assume will be one last time. It's been a brief campaign, but every victory he was there for. And in a sense, had been trying to become not only a good second or a good soldier, but to you, perhaps a good friend you could confide in. Upon return, he'd requested to meet Ophelia. Perhaps it might have been a good thing to make more friends in the circle you had back home. But all good things must come to an end. And in a spray of blood and steel, this one good thing does. You were forced in a moment before you can even register what's happening to say goodbye to Leyland and many of the frontline forces now stalling for you in one of the most unceremonious of ways. But there's no time to mourn or to process. You land in the arms of a small squad of your rear guard who begin to carry you back from the quickly failing front line. The nearest soldier looks to you. Commandant, we were told to try and give you more time to rest. We've made a small pocket in the further back towards the rear guard. We can make a second escape route for you to get away from here if you'd like, Commandant. No matter the cost. Or we can fight here. Choice is yours, as always, Commandant. What are your orders? I should have moved them, but I didn't. I forgot to move them.
Stick with Leyland. Die a great soul like he is. I have to leave.
No problems. They will. The lead of this unit will nod in your direction. You see. Do I continue?
Leyland can't see me anymore, can he?
I'm actually going to hide Leyland, so you have no clue where he is amidst the front line fray. I have not adjusted all the tokens yet, but you have no clue where he is amongst the front line fray. There are hundreds of thousands that have collapsed on this 50,000 troop contingent that Leyland was a part of. But you cannot see Leyland any further.
Well, right before, obviously, I think you know what I'm gonna do. Right before you think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna Dimension Door out of here, obviously. Duh.
You begin to Dimension Door away. I'm gonna leave one
But right before I leave, I yell as loud as I can to my men, stand tall, fight with honor, and then, yeah, I'll disappear.
You do see hundreds of these Aegis troops dying by the droves. You Dimension Door away. There is a small, I will say, regardless of your orders, about 10,000 are still sticking with you as escorts because there are many foes at your backs.
I don't think I could fit 10,000 of them through my doors.
I mean, it only goes 500 feet. They're kind of trying to keep pace with you as you Dimension Door further away. They're not following you through that, but they're just keeping pace with you wherever you go. They see you flash and vanish, and they begin to move that direction, kind of shooting their arcane bolts in that direction and trying to lead and cover your advance and your escape. The nearest, I'll say, I mean, you can bring like 2 people with you at the Dimension Door, right? Or 1 or 2? Something like that. I think it's 1.
I have no idea.
Your nearest escort collapses to the ground, blood spilling from any and all gaps in their armor. The one person that had been following directly with you through the Dimension Door collapses, and from their very shadow, that same demonic figure that had been behind that little emperor emerges once more, a sharp blade sheathed at their side. I was told to take your heads and leave it on the potentate's throne, so I hope there's nothing but hard feelings for all of this. You can take your regrets with you, Commandant. This figure has arrived down here. And in that same instance, in a flash of fire and brimstone, you see large colossal, flaming, titanic forms come swinging out of these rifts from the fire plane. They begin to barrel towards your front line. Containers of their small, championed soldiers accompanying them. However, as they reach the back line of your troops that is now almost all but gone at this point in time, you see the Titans leap over your front line and slam a massive flaming club down like a golf swing into this front line of all these troops of the Third Aegis. You're unsure of the circumstances. However, whatever treaty had been signed, perhaps whatever plan Leonth mentioned regarding this fire plane, perhaps has bore fruit, albeit possibly too late for this battlefield, as only a small detachment of the much larger force you had seen previously at the quarry is here now. And as this hellish soldier begins to bear down upon you, the blade begins to come in close, you drawing your weapon to clash with this figure. Their attack is stalled. As a figure, another individual, drops from the sky in a blur of white and places himself between you and the hellish soldier, adorned in ornate armor with a slender blade of vibrating black steel clashing with that of the devil, is a tabaxi woman who you've seen once before. Jean-Carla of the Ministry stands before you, and not only her. Meteors plummet from the sky. No, from the parting clouds of Citadel, as they land and impact, killing hundreds of Aegis soldiers upon landing and deploying an equal number of Iranian troops into the fray. There you are. Zoop. And here, I love how they move things so slow now on the map when I try and drag them. They can't just be an instant drag anymore. It's gotta take 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's so nice. I'm like, let me just move these guys here real fast. No.
Set their movement type to teleport.
Ah, I will do that in my next game. There's no point in it now. This is the last major, like large-scale map at least, that'll involve it.
Wait, that might be a Pathfinder thing.
It's possible. Well, see, some people move fast by default, I've noticed, on these maps. As this large citadel comes down from the sky, you watch the dragon look up towards it, craning its neck, darts upwards, begins to try and almost, in an attempt to assail the citadel, begins to breathe these large cones of clear, iridescent energy that washes over the outsides as it gets bombarded itself. The dragon begins to peel off and away from the initial combat over here. And let me now do this again. Unveil all these tokens. The devil and Jean-Carla begin to clash a bit near you. A woman lands as more troops begin to flash over the battlefield around you to assist in this, whatever, this quarry, this foray into this area. She looks at you and goes, "I am Commandant Ilra of the Sky Watchers. We've come to extract you. I owe a favor to your mentor, Leonth, and I got here as soon as I could. I apologize it was not sooner."
It's alright, we did not know what was going to happen either.
She looks around, a fan of these floating blades swarm around her, more meteors falling from the citadel as troops are deployed to the ground. The duel with Jean-Carla and the devil in full swing now. But you are beginning to get ushered away by your escorts to what looks to be a small rallying point where they're trying to pull people back up to the citadel above you. You can choose to follow, or you can choose to remain and fight. Though it looks as though whatever is being dropped down here right now has been sent to assist in either recovery efforts or for some other purpose. And there are still...
I will just follow because
So this pile is gone, actually.
they're here to get me out of here, so...
You pull back. You watch as Jean-Carla sends a piercing rapier strike through the devil's chest. Kind of leans back. You see burning motes of purple flame begin to pull from the injury, and he goes, "Gandoti cannot die here." Looks to you as you're rushing away, and you hear him call, shouting out, "I'll see you back home, Commandant!" And he drops down into shadow, vanished from the battlefield as Giancarlo sprints over to join you all. You are, in a flash, aboard the Citadel in a similar teleportation chamber as the one aboard your vessel. This Citadel is much larger than yours, however, you in an instant are above the battlefield, above the ground. Combat and now over. I love there is. And as you arrive in a flash, so too do some of your escorts, Giancarlo, Ilra, the commandant of this group, and many other troops begin to pile aboard in the same chamber. Roll me a perception check, please. One final one, a 10. Though you do not get a good glimpse of whatever this is, on the horizon you spot something. Another force of something is rushing up towards the Third Aegis back line, the rear guard. And just as you believe they are coming to assist the Third Aegis, you watch the Third Aegis rear guard turn to engage with whoever this is, this unknown threat that vastly either equals or outnumbers their rear guard forces. But their backline begins to fall fast. And with this 10, you cannot glean much. But you do see this just as the glass of the bay doors steadily begin to close and are blocked by interlocking metal plates and protective barriers until you are fully cut off from viewing whatever happens next in this fight. And we jump now to the city. I'm gonna play this song. Give me a moment here. Let me go take my food out of the oven now before we get into the city stuff.
Plus, you're actually using tactics.
In total, Kaylin, before I go to City Group officially, only about 20,000 of your men made it out of that final conflict there. Leyland was not amongst those that returned.
He was doing good in that fight, though. I ain't gonna lie.
We pick up at the exact moment where Clive asked Axel. Actually, before we get there, we recap now the group and what transpired just after the fight in Lanoth's office. We pick up after Axel was willing to give everything for the sake of saving Lanoth from whatever possession occurred to him. The malevolent, possessed form that had been looming over the two of you in an instant, and only known to Axel, became an injured Lanoth, who briefly was about to assail Clive for treasonous activities, to say the least, before he paused to give Clive chance to speak. And in that moment, everyone became aware of Axel's presence, as he had an epiphany, a realization of how time manipulation truly works, of another force in play in the time stream that is much stronger than he is, but that who he can perhaps work as a unknown, uncertain variable for. And it was in that moment, as he had finished having this whole epiphany, this realization, that Clive's words, "Axel, what's going on, partner?" reaches your ears, Axel, and we pick up in that exact moment as Clive asks you what's going on, seemingly unaware of you having been here, or unaware of whatever moment has just transpired for you.
Okay. I look around for a moment. Look at what's been changed, what has occurred, and then I go, I'm okay. I'm like looking around. You remember who I am?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
Okay. What other variables have been changed?
Clive kind of glances at Lanoff like, I don't know either.
I await your explanation, Clive. We can discuss Axel's sudden arrival at a later date.
No, I think it's best to explain it now. Something else is at play that's messing with this entire situation.
They tried to kill me, Axel. I don't give a damn about your hypotheses or theories right now.
Do I know that Clive didn't try to kill him, right?
You don't know what happened up here. You just got here.
Gotcha.
There was an attempt on my life by your friend Clive here and 2 others, as well as the one that came with Clive and then stabbed Heinrich with a knife.
Okay, but that part I do know is when technically he was supposed to be dead. Clive tried to save one of our friends who got stabbed, and I saw the 2 people who ran away. Right, I did see all that.
You saw 2 people run out of the room, and you saw Heinrich get stabbed and poisoned. That's all you saw. That's all
Gotcha.
I
you saw.
know the exact wording I used last time. Because I know I answered his question before we stopped.
Oh, go ahead.
You did. I do. Yeah, I do remember that.
So
Actually, I'll let you do that part. Yeah, I'll let you do that real quick. You did answer that question.
It's not coming to me. I was duped, Lanoff.
Roll me.
The woman I was with, she was helping me on that Infinity Killer investigation, but little did I know, as far as I can put together, they were one and the same. Pulled the wool over my eye and tricked me into thinking you might have had part in it, and had part in letting free that lady Kaylin brought in. Oh, can't remember her name right now.
She's been held by Ministry Intelligence the moment she was brought in.
I know. She's still there?
To my knowledge, I don't know where she is. She's under wraps, under key by Ministry Intelligence, as I told Axel here not long ago.
Seems she might have had some help in escaping.
Which does not excuse the fact that you brought adversaries to my office.
I know. That buckler I activated.
At this point,
I was part of their scheme.
Miriah arrives in the room, or rather behind Axel with her blade drawn, like facing out toward everyone currently, as she looks towards Heinrich right now, who has still been stabbed but is no longer poisoned.
I'm gonna look at Clive though, because I will, like, after that I would interject as I go. Clive. Lionel's not the only person that key to whatever is going on. Whatever it is, somebody is helping him. Something way above the whole time concept.
I don't mean to interrupt all you people with your time stuff, but I did get stabbed. Are we gonna address all that stuff? You're getting real off track with the fact that I was stabbed here, and the champion of our empire they attempted to assassinate him in his office. We're skipping over a lot of stuff, a lot of steps in this process.
I don't think it was more. It's so confusing. I'm like grabbing my head as I go.
Okay. Let me explain everything that happened to me.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think they were
gonna-
trying to possess him. That's all I know.
I'm going to explain everything from me being introduced to Dusk, who introduced me to her, our investigation, what happened at the house, all that stuff. Just in,
As you
for the
are
sake
going
of
through the
time.
explanation, a little bit after Mariah enters, you see Demetrius walks in as well, with one of his small blades drawn. And looks around the room. I'm not sure what's going on here exactly. I saw Mariah leave in a rush, and I saw glass breaking outside of my departure from Ministry Spire. What seems to be the occurrence here? We'd all like the same
that's-
answer, Demetrius. Your agent, assigned to Clive, attempted to have me killed, and Heinrich killed. Is that correct, Clive?
Having my hand over my gun again.
He looks over at you all and goes, You mean Dusk? You're referring to Dusk, correct?
One the same.
Dusk was assigned to me by Altharain, the seat of the High Chamber. He advised he's an intelligence operative. You all know this.
And tell me why she had me try and assassinate Lanoth here. I was faltering a bit. He's just very confused.
From everything I was told by Altharain, he was the one that gave most of my intelligence and information regarding Lanoth potentially being traitor. He provided the buckler after a ministry gone through resources and the quarry fight, and then I was to provide it to our field agent, which was you. Or I guess Dusk, which Dusk then gave to you. But I was, most of this, at least, I see what's happening here. Altharain got me to this spot to assist in the investigation. Had Dusk assigned to me to have Dusk try to kill Lanoth. I believe they're trying to use me as a scapegoat as well, Clive.
Inside check.
Go ahead, do the insight check.
I will also like to do an insight check.
Go ahead, roll me insight.
Damn.
18, it seems very likely that for whatever reasons going on, Demetrius, while being high-ranking intelligence operative, is still only... I mean, while he might be an officer in intelligence and has some command and sway over many of the goings-on with certain operations, Altharain is an advisor that does work closely with the Ministry at times and is known to be in the world of intelligence as it surrounds Aradnus. With the 25 Axel, that's not the case at all. This answer, while impromptu, almost came like it was a prepared, just-in-case response to whatever situation is going on right now. And his arrival here was a gamble in that impromptu response paying off. Almost as if to give it more weight to him being like, why would I be at the place where I'd be, incriminated at?
Am I still able to get into Abject Mind and connect with Clive?
Of course.
I won't even look away from the guy. I would just connect with Clive, and I go, Clive, he's hiding something, most likely lying. That was just improv.
Son of a bitch.
I believe perhaps the next operation would be to interrogate Altharain on all this stuff going on. He also has access to the Arcane Matrix. If anyone's privy to sensitive information surrounding Aradnus and any activities...
Why don't you stop the canned responses and just come out straight with us?
Regarding what exactly?
The truth.
The truth. I've told you all that you should know.
In Axel's mind, what exactly did you glean? What part was a lie?
It's this conversation in general. This was a gamble on his part, most likely. From what I understand, this is too perfect for him to come up here and think, "Hey, you must be part of the group, trader group. Why would he be here?" The way he answered was way too quick as well, as if he was practicing that line for so long, just in case. Simply put, this is a good performance on his part.
Son of a bitch.
He really should have went for acting, to be honest.
I hope you don't mind sticking around for further questioning.
Of course. My agent should be on the way to assist in security soon as well, so I have no problem waiting around. One of like giving you a side-eye glance. Mariah and Heinrich have kind of moved off the side a bit. At this point in time, Axel, from behind you, the auburn-haired woman with the knife drawn, enters the room and kind of slides to a stop and surveys the interior.
Like move to the side to be polite.
I'll put you over here then.
Yeah, I like even put a hand gesture like, "Come on in."
She looks around and goes, "Clive, you're okay?"
Yeah. For now, yeah.
It's dusk, Clive, it's dusk.
I know.
What?
She brought me in here with a buckler, trying to put the blame on Leonoth and at least get a hit out on him. When I activated the buckler, a demon showed up. 2 of them, I guess.
Yes, she's...
Devil, whatever the hell.
I tried running as fast as I could when I heard that. Well, to be quite honest, I did have something to monitor your location put on your person when I was at your place last. In case you were captured or killed, of course. The problem with this is that Dusk herself is... that's not a real code name from all I've gathered. Last time I looked at her, she was using the code name Cece and had assisted in an investigation pertaining to a member of the ministry that we were investigating. When we found out where he was located, we had planned to bring him for questioning, but then he was murdered by your same killer.
I just got that. Puts a hand over his mouth, just like, fuck.
I apologize for being late. I just learned this recently, that Dusk is the one... She probably is the one that killed Benny.
Yeah. She moved about the same.
And it seems we've done a good job with investigating then, haven't we? In some roundabout way.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Demetrius? I shoot him a fucking mean-ass glare.
Well, I understand the anger and suspicion, but
It's almost too perfect for you to be here right now.
I was speaking with Mariah earlier. We were talking about security measures. As all of the murders have been going on, I want to make sure all members are safe. I just caught in the lobby. Axel can attest to this. He saw me in the lobby with Mariah and Heinrich when they first arrived.
Look at Axel.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that is indeed true.
We're in the Ministry Spire. I'm Ministry Intelligence. It's my place of work. It's being it perfect means I'm just good at my job of inferring information and interpreting it. I assumed something was off when I saw the rapid movements of my allies and colleagues, and I came to assist.
But that still doesn't excuse you from, that can still be that you're,
Of course I'm withholding information. My job as intelligence is to withhold information.
Yes. More than that, all I'm saying is, true, I saw you there, but that's not a good enough alibi, my friend. That's all I have to say. I'm not good at this type of job. As I say, I was like start thinking again.
Regarding your entourage, Demetrius, they'll not be arriving. I have my own escorts coming in their stead. So, Intelligence can remain in their corner of the building. Upstairs is where I operate. But thank you for your concern. Heinrich and Mariah and I have called for escorts to get you somewhere safe. But I believe the 5 of us have much more to discuss. So you all may stay in my office. And he's going to walk onto his chair and have a seat. He kind of places this on top of the desk and sits down. We are leaving this room when I say we leave this room. Am I clear?
I nod.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, I'll have Arthur Rain arrive as well, Demetrius, if you are so concerned about his intentions. Heinrich looks over to you. Mariah has not put her sword away. She's had the sword in one hand this whole time. She's just like eyes darting from every single person in the room. Looks to Heinrich. Looks to the rest of you all. And he goes, "Now, honey, Axel stopped me from having terrible poison pains. Whatever they're doing, I don't know yet. If you need anything, Clive or Axel or Lanoff, let me know.
Thank you.
Also, Lanoff, might be a bad time, but Mariah is retiring and you are invited to our baby coming home. So, whenever you're ready for that, we can talk about more details. Good night, everyone. I'd say it's see you tomorrow, but I doubt I'll be going out anywhere anytime soon." And he walks out of the room and leaves. We jump downstairs to Ophelia and Laertes. Ophelia having just left. Here we go. Ophelia having just left the prison wing after speaking with her father briefly. The proverbial mask being lifted as she spoke with him telepathically for the first time. Is Christian here?
Yeah.
Hi, Christian.
Christian,
That's not what my brother sounds like. I slime his ass.
good to see you, brother.
Ophelia, you exit the prison wing and see a large contingent of ministry soldiers rushing upstairs toward where you had seen, not Axel, but where you'd seen Heinrich and Mariah head earlier.
I'm trying to decide. Does my seat in the council specifically say that I should be going into emergency sites? Is this something?
It is your personal preference as to how you respond to these situations. There's no requirement to go to emergencies at all.
I think if where is this compared to what's happening upstairs? Like,
You're
did we
on
jump back
ground
a couple
level in the
minutes?
lobby. Oh, timeline or location wise?
Timeline.
This is happening just after. Right when he said we leave this office, when I say we leave, is when this is happening right here. So the entire previous con has already occurred. This is right after saying we leave the
So
outside.
this is his men going up. Okay. I mean, shit. I think I'll tap into adjunct mind.
Okay. How may I help with you?
I would like to contact Hawk or Axel, whoever responds first.
I can get you both. Both of you get a connection to Ophelia in an instant as the doors to the room are closed and you all told as Heinrich has just walked out the room. Axel,
Oh,
Clive, Ophelia's on the line, as you probably know.
oh, no, yes, please, yes, please.
No, she's here.
Oh, like, oh. Clive, what do we do in these situations?
You
I
talk.
can hear every single
Yeah,
stupid
everything
thing
being
he's
said
saying.
is it can be heard.
Well,
Are either of you aware
Shit.
of the situation happening at the Spire?
in real time, Clive just looks at Axel. Heard word of it, yeah.
Do you know if the situation is being handled? I'm downstairs.
By all means, it looks like it's fine for now. Just
Right.
keep an ear out, stay safe.
And with that, I'll take the connection down and continue with my brother.
Okay. You two return back over to the adjunct spire.
Before we connect disconnect the line between me and Clive, so I just go like preface Clive through it. I go, my fault. I just don't know how to handle these situations.
We'll chuckle. Nothing time to tell. It's alright.
Plus, Ophelia, she's too what's the word? Perceptive.
Hmm.
And if I say the wrong things, obviously, she might catch on.
Right. Right.
You guys are weird for that. Don't let her know that there's stuff going on, guys. She can't know.
They gotta gatekeep the conspiracy from her.
Yeah, because then you'll look crazy, and that's not allowed.
You got your own things going on.
Can't give her the ick.
I was worried about that.
We can't give Ophelia
The ick?
Yeah,
She's married!
Can't give her the ick. She's.
We gotta keep this information locked down right now. There's too much information going on right now. We need to lock down.
Ophelia, as
Right.
you are making your way from the Ministry Spire back towards the Adjunct Spire, you are fully separated from Adjunct Mind entirely. Like it snaps off in an instant. And you hear there's a chilled presence in the back of your mind that simply speaks, "You have been summoned by the potentate." And it ends.
Oh,
Adjunct Mind returns to you.
yeah, dog. You already got something on your plate, bro.
Am I the only person hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Adjunct Mind,
Yes, Ophelia, how may I assist you?
I have been summoned by the potentate. Is my brother expected to attend or leave?
I don't believe it matters.
Fuck, I'll bring him.
Fuck it. I'll bring little bro. Hey,
Alright, I'm gonna look at him.
Hey, don't touch nothing.
Bring your,
Hey, don't touch
bring your
nothing.
bro to work day.
I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna look at him. Alright. We are going to the presence of the potentate. If ever you were to be on a better behavior than your best, this would be it.
I understand.
Simply put,
You see,
don't
there's a
embarrass
bit
me,
of,
little bro.
There's a bit of like golden ichor that's being to see from his nose right now.
Are you alright?
I just feel I had to dissolve, but I should be all right.
Did he also get summoned or catch some of that?
Yeah, you have no clue. But you two make your way to the high chamber. You ascend the large lift up the top floor, down the long hallway. I'm not gonna go to the map because it's just a conversation. You know what? You will go to the map. You will go to the map because it's a cool map and I like the map. Let me drag your brother in. You walk down the very long hallway until you're finally at the large doors that both kind of part for you, giving you access. And you enter the room. The doors, as they close behind you, you feel once again the connection to Adjunct Mind is completely severed. They look over. They looking your direction, kind of throughout the corner of one eye. They have a hand for you to, or give a finger for you to approach.
Alright. I'll come to... What about here?
Your brother walks like a few steps and then falls to both knees. As you can see, almost an oppressive weight on his shoulders. He stopped right there. And they look down the stairs to you. And they go, I grow tired of your father's games.
Are things so serious to summon me personally?
No, not serious to summon you personally. I grow tired of your father's games because he attempts to manipulate the truth. And by doing so, implies weakness where there is none.
You mean his threats at Aradnus?
His threats, as well as... What has he told you of the burning?
The burning has been kept from me.
You should speak to him of it when next you meet. Regardless, what do you know of Servasi, your deity, the one who I killed?
As of recently, not much. I'm more aware of the plans revolving around Servasi, rather than they themselves.
What was their purpose? Do you know what their purpose was? What they stood for as a deity? What you were told they stood for as a deity, at least?
Those were not the details that drove my work, unfortunately. I was simply given the goal to solve the equation for Servasi's reasons.
There was never benevolence in that deity. Not an ounce. Perhaps twisted, at best. The deity...
I am to agree with you.
The deity of your people was ambitious. They wanted to do more than the pantheon that has long since oversought mortals and attempted our destruction numerous times would allow. From what I knew, what they spoke of in their final moments, Servasi had planned to overtake multiple deities and become the new leader of the pantheon. They saw themselves the only god strong enough and righteous enough to properly lead all of the others. Had you successfully finished your research under the guise of science that your people told you was true, you would have given the leader of the Pantheon, had their plan succeeded, a gateway into our world.
I have learned that, yes.
Servasi was promised support by other deities in the fall of Aradnus, which is why they came to our doorstep with devastation years ago. But they were abandoned and could not leave me alone.
And so, what is my purpose in being here then?
To inform you, whatever your father has told you, whether you believe it or not, whatever he's told your people, whether they believe it or not, has all been lies. There has never been true benevolence, and the aforementioned benevolence of Servasi as they were labeled. The oldest of their members should know the truth, and your father should be privy to the true events of the burning, most likely, as, to all our knowledge, servitors are the eldest, most revered, and most knowledgeable of the people's history. If he seeks devastation for my people, at the very least, should he attempt to succeed, I'd like the ones closest to him to know the truth, closest by blood, not by relations. And then you can decide whether your father is smote then and there, or is now to continue his game of cat and mouse with my people. The life of your father and of the other 3 servitors that now wait outside my chambers are in your hands.
The servitors are here?
I let them in here, yes.
But when did they request presence?
They did not. Your father escaped custody not long ago. I believe it has something to do with your brother. She points in his direction, and you see he is now beginning to cough up the same golden ichor on the ground.
Well, yes, it is involving my brother, as I have learned this was a much larger scheme of his to have us meet in order to harden my brother's resolve as he is a vessel.
Precisely.
But I still see someone in there who could be my brother. If you could stop the servitors from interfering,
I will not.
I might. And why not?
You must decide first.
Decide if my father's and the servitor's life matter?
At the very least, your father's. He is the most directly responsible for many of the ailments that have been plaguing us with the renegades as of late.
Ophelia will smile. If it was always that simple of a choice, then you needn't ever ask. My father had already died, once physically, and once again mentally after I learned the truth as to why he was here. As far as I'm concerned, he had been dead from the start. So, take no carelessness and go with haste to remove him.
You'll be safe in the High Chamber, but speak to him of the burning first. His secrets that he's kept for so long, I believe are worthy of knowing, especially one of you that seeks the truth, as it is your station here. You are my people now. You will learn everything that is owed to you before I take any other further actions.
If you believe he will speak, then I will try.
He will speak because he's arrogant, and he is angry. And because if he does not speak, I will make him speak. For you are my kin, and you deserve everything. We are the apex, Ophelia. Act as such when you leave these chambers. She raises a hand, and your brother does not stand up, but you see the weight on his shoulders has lifted. He can be kin too.
Thank you, potentate.
She turns her head away and looks back out the window. Your brother cannot stand on his own currently.
I kind of want to help him.
You kind of put an arm under his shoulder, or his arm over your shoulder and lift him. He goes, I do not feel well, sister.
I believe your connection to whatever you are being curated for is being dampened. And on your own two legs, you might have forgotten how to walk.
I understand. Very well. Are you ready to depart?
There will be no departure until I speak to my father.
My father is here.
Do I see him?
As you walk out of the doors from the high chamber to the hallway, you see... Oh, the first time you see his token, actually, as well. The disheveled figure of your father in that cell is not at all what is before you. This is your father, as you see him now.
Craziest time for my foundry to be completely frozen.
I forgot to preload the
It won't
maps
even
this
let
time.
me F5 it. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
sorry, I forgot to preload the maps this time. That is my apology. I should have preloaded the maps.
Is that what does that?
Sometimes
Yeah.
preloading helps me load a lot faster, and I forgot to do it. I usually preload it early in the session. I forgot to do it this time. I'm gonna do it with the rest of the maps actually while I'm at it.
Let me fully reload.
Sorry. So sorry about all that.
I usually don't have this problem with Foundry. This is a rarity.
Oh, that's your father? The heck?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll find out. I've never seen him either.
Goodness gracious, dog.
That's your
I
father.
don't like when you're saying this right now, Divine. You give me a little.
Divine
I'm
has
just
an
saying,
awakening.
bro.
He's like,
I
hang
don't know why,
on.
bro.
That's Papa.
Damn.
That's
I don't
Papa.
know.
I thought your dad, bro. I thought your father would probably
mean,
look like old, disheveled, looking like.
All right, I
crazy.
call
Nah, bro.
Daddy too. Mhm.
No,
Hey,
you do
no.
not. No, you
No,
do not.
That's me. That's Divine. That's Divine. That's me as Divine.
Oh, okay.
That's me
okay.
as Divine.
Hey, no, bro. That ain't me. Me. I'm just saying, bro. I'm mad.
Why?
Why are you mad? What's wrong?
That nigga's stupid.
So mad.
Make my heart
What about
break.
me? Why can I not be such a good looking guy, bro? What about me, bro?
I'm going to fucking kill
Do
you.
you see the map? Does it work for you?
I tried to reload the game and it was just a black screen again. So I'm gonna do. I completely closed Firefox. Totally. I'm going back in.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
He's
More
going through it.
time. I've never had
Not this much.
Foundry try me this bad.
It doesn't want you to see your father, bro.
Ophelia,
Doesn't
your
want
dad's
to
here.
see your-
Wait, we have HUD elements.
Oh.
I can't click on anything though. It's still not happy once it gets in.
Wait a second.
Oh,
Your father's
boy.
aura is breaking the map. I'm so sorry. Is Leo
You put how many dynamic lights on this map?
it's literally just you and 2 tokens on this map right now?
Would this happen to be an 8K export image by chance?
I hope
Nah,
not.
bro,
I don't
that-
think so. This
That he popped in like Ophelia. Next thing you know, your computer just gone.
shit... Ophelia, you...
I have the When Hope has ARG going on right now.
I was playing... Aw, yeah! Solve my cipher. Solve my cipher.
Yeah.
Oh, just get over there. Why'd you move 15 feet? Get over there.
You okay, Ophelia? Walking upside down. Starts glitching through the wall. All of a
Walking
sudden,
upside down. What is this? A
T-posing.
rotation
Only try-
on game?
You good now?
He's lagging, bro. He's like
Oh,
lagging
shit, there we
so
go.
bad, just
There he is.
everywhere.
I'm here.
There you go.
There he is. Holy.
You see him at the end of the hallway. He is again not disheveled. He's this much younger form, one that befits Celestials who don't age. Him being disheveled at all in that cell was, I guess, off. Only you could put it now.
He was putting in an act, bro. That's
He just
crazy.
stands there and looks at you and goes, "Daughter, son."
Servitor.
Not even father anymore. I finally climbed up the ranks, it seems.
You know I am here.
And you know why I'm here. Well, I suppose it's a bit sooner than expected. We've just spoken within only the last 2 hours. But it seems the boy's body is too weak to wait any longer.
Weak, of course. That's all you're thinking of right now.
That's all that matters now. We are short on time. He, without moving, you watch as Amarax manifests at the back of Laertes like they had done before. He looks over, his eyes at this point kind of glossy, those faint sparks and motes of the golden light in his eyes still there, and from the light of Amarax, Emgar appears, a large form. He lumbers over and stands like in the center of the room, kind of between both groups. Amarax will step over to the center here as well. And your father will take a few steps forward to stand beside them. There we are. Look at this. My scion, it is time. Roll me insight check, please.
I ain't rolling you shit, B. The pure aura of the fucking guard showing up stopped my page again.
No way!
Oh, wait. He's down there now, but my page is still frozen.
He's flash stepping.
Literally flat out, man. Amgar's too cool. Fuck. What am I supposed to do with this?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Blow
Yeah.
'em up.
Quickly check something. Do I
7
have
minutes.
hardware acceleration turned on? I do.
7.
I genuinely do not understand why my Firefox fucking hates this game right now.
Is it
The
only
music is playing,
is it only this
just
map?
that all the elements of the game are really frozen.
Is it only this map?
That would be really messed up, wouldn't it?
Because did the last map work well?
There is not a single issue until you decided this map was the main map.
What in the hell? Go look at the stream. Go watch the stream.
How much dynamic lighting is there? Oh wait, I'm back.
Oh hey.
I'm totally back. I can move my thing. I can open my sheet. All right, I got my sheet. It's like when you. I think it's when you spawn and move the tokens on the map specifically that it fucks everything up.
Must have been it. Okay, roll me inside. There we go.
Yeah,
It doesn't even
inside.
have me on the map. I just see black.
Same.
Bro.
That's how I felt about the
Here,
entirety of your
I
combat
would-
sequences.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought I gave everyone vision over.
Bro,
Okay,
what is
then.
happening? My entire computer is freezing on me all of a sudden.
This map is this map is demonic. This map is demonic.
Bug, bro.
What is happening?
Divine's oxygen pumps turns off.
Alright. Can you all
Happened to me before.
can you all
What's
see the map?
happening?
Can you all see the map now?
Yeah.
Why is Divine on oxygen?
Because he's
Roll me inside.
I was waiting for people to get here. Oh, my game froze. Wait.
No
Oh, we're
way.
back. We're back. We're so back.
Did I give you DM inspiration? I gave everyone the inspiration, didn't I?
I used that the moment you gave it to me, and it got me like a 27.
Right. I recall.
I used it on Larities.
With a 12. Amrax looks at you for a moment, almost searching for something in your eyes for a second before looking back to Laertes and extending a hand out toward your brother. He, in this state, is almost non-verbal. He's trying to speak, but you just hear like faint grumbles and murmurs in mixtures of celestial and primordial and common, all being kind of interwoven together with each sentence. Did you enjoy playing sister for the boy? Enjoy playing house?
Playing. You would call it playing because you've never actually done it. I was showing real care. Something has changed since I've met him.
Then a job well done I've had by having you two meet. Is it not?
I would not think so, not by your standards. If anything, I'm more human now.
Disgusting.
Yes, send me a distraction against the equation, and that would get it solved quicker.
A
No.
distraction. The equation doesn't
He
matter
was.
anymore. He mattered more. You were here with them. You were traitor to your own kind. I needed something that could solve the problem if you could not. He might have learned from you something useful for his future endeavors. What did you learn, boy? He responds, though broken. Let's roll con save. I learned I like mysteries.
Yes, because you were allowed to choose what books you wanted to read, isn't that right, Larities?
Not Laertes anymore.
Always Larities. And you were right. He is all that matters now. He matters more than any of you ever have in my life.
The wraps, all the bandages begin to fall from your brother's body. For the first time ever, his voice raises above the monotone smoothness as pain, anguish, and confusion overtake him. A scream echoes through the hallways. He to the hand toward first Emgar, then to your father, before he turns his head towards you, searching for something, for help, for safety, for family. It's uncertain. And as he collapses, or rather, begins to collapse, your father, speaks to you again and goes, "If he's all that matters, then Laertes should come on the other side now, won't he? If he's strong of spirit, and should still be him. If it's not, then he was weak, and we'll try again. And you can stay here with your broken brother, in your broken house, in your soon-to-be broken empire. Does that appease you, Ophelia?
So many worthless words.
Spoken in your tongue. A bastardized version of everything else. Common. So it would seem. We'll all speak.
Common for the sake of inclusion and communication and nothing else.
Common for common people who do common things and die common lives.
If we want to speak of information being kept, what happened during the burning? I can infer at this point it was most likely a purposeful event.
Your admins destroyed the archives. What more is there to say?
Of course it's not that simple. You've never spoken a single truth, especially when you want to get your way.
Will the truth
And
matter
at
to
this
you now?
point,
Will the truth matter to you now? Is that what you want? The truth? In the last words you have with your brother, you want the truth about a burned archive?
if they matter so much, why have you hidden them?
Not hidden. Altered.
Altered.
For the sake of our tomorrow, the things of the past had to be let go.
So the old studies strayed from what the servitors wanted.
No.
You decided to restart civilization because it wasn't going the way you wanted it to.
Well, the servitors had no part in things until after the fact. It was my decision.
So the servitors were the new methods in order to make sure there would never need to be a second burning.
There always were servitors. However, something had to be done for the sake of us to have enough hatred for tomorrow. If we remembered where we came from, who we were, what Servasi had intended, then we'd have no renegades today. We'd all be gone, wiped out, pacified. And so, the Contemplarium burned. All the archivists and record keepers died in Inferno. All of the verbal and written knowledge of our origin and past burning with them. And all it took was one arrow. And you see him conjure a bow and aim it towards you. I won't shoot you unless you try to stop your brother. You let him choose, right?
Choose on his own.
If you have last words, now be the time just in case. You watch as Laertes falls limp to his knees, his head lolling back to face the sky. When someone dies, typically the light leaves their eyes. In the case of your brother, the light consumes them. Whatever spark of individuality was there has been replaced with calm indifference of eyes that reflect nothing, for they are the source of reflection. A thin stream of gold ichor runs from the corners of the eyes, and for the briefest of moments, the boy, as your father refers to him, Laertes to you, in what could be his final moments, begins to weep. Roll me insight once more, but after that, what do you do, Ophelia, or say?
Oh. I'm trained into insight, man. This is crazy work.
You know what? I'll be very nice. I say nice, I'll be very cruel. You can take a death saving fail right now to re-roll that.
Is this insight related to Laertes?
It is related to this. It is related to Laertes. I won't say exactly how yet, but it is related to Laertes, yes.
That's all I needed to know. Because if it was related to my father, I wouldn't have done it. I take a death save.
Give me that roll.
Just for a reroll. Please be good.
14.
Is he worth my damn time? Fucking hell, man.
With a 14. Amarax looks from your brother to you as his eyes begin to glow this bright gold, and you see for the briefest of moments that she is looking in your face to see if you have any reason or any chance or any way to intervene and stop what is going to happen. You're not sure why Amarax is searching for this in you, but you see that in their eyes. That's all you can glean with that 14. What do you say to either your brother or the room in this moment? As I am going to make his roll next.
I don't know if what I'm going to do is going to work, but it's one of the only things I can think of in this moment that could work. All I'm going to do is say a single word, looking at my brother. Larities. And I will attempt to stun him.
Power word stun. 150 hit points of fear. He is considerably lower level than you are.
Which should put him under, especially with how weakened he's been recently.
If he's willing, he can choose to fail. Is he willing right now? I will roll his saving throw with... Roll me persuasion with advantage.
Okay.
You got this.
Persuasion
You got this.
is not a trained... It is my highest skill, actually.
Peace.
And the dice hate when you know what you're doing.
What is happening?
And I'll
with
be
your
rolling
rolls
him
right
a,
now?
I'll be rolling him a normal saving throw, no advantage.
Oh, you wouldn't have been able to anyways. I had an idea for that.
No saving throw? What are you gonna do?
No, it wouldn't have been an advantage no matter what.
Oh. With his saving throw done, the stun, his name spoken to him, for a brief moment, his chest had not been rising or falling since he collapsed. But there is suddenly a inhale as he will choose to fail the save and is stunned momentarily. You have a few extra seconds to say anything you want that could affect this upcoming saving throw. Because he is stunned, I will give his saving throw, depending on what it is, either advantage or disadvantage, depending on what the objective is, based on what you say.
Okay. So the word Larities was spoken as a cast, and in me noticing that in the pause, I continue on the sentence as if it was the first word. You have to think of everything that you've been allowed to do in the time that you were here. All of the differences that you felt from when you were underneath the servitor's gaze. Who are you, Larities? Not the creature that they are putting together to serve as the vessel for a god, to combine the consciousness with another. You are the son of Father. You are my brother. And you can be that above what they want.
First,
Mm.
I'd like you to roll me. Oh, fuck it. Give me persuasion again with advantage. This roll here. Okay. Alright.
My gosh.
17. Alright. That has lowered the DC. Okay. I am going to roll a saving throw with advantage.
Do I know if advantage is in my favor or not?
In this moment, advantage is in your favor.
Then I will do nothing.
I'm also going to roll a persuasion check with advantage for something else, which is not in your favor. It is going to counteract to your persuasion check.
What creature is doing this?
Whatever is in Laertes. Or rather, the many that are within Laertes.
Can I technically see that?
For the sake of this,
This is a
I
sight-based
will allow
thing. I am going to sway that with a restore balance, which forces any affected roll to be a normal one.
Okay.
I've been saving these. This is my clockwork stuff.
Because you were the contested roll with the original 17, meets it, beats it. Your roll supersedes theirs, and therefore the DC of his check is lowered.
Let's go.
From a 30, subtract your persuasion check of 17 to a DC of 13.
Oh,
Charisma saving throw for him.
At advantage. This is so
With
doable.
advantage, in this moment, the gold of the eyes, the glowing light, dims until they become just the pupil, the iris. The eye itself regains the luster, the chest begins to rise and fall. So with advantage, you got a 20 on his saving throw.
Oh my gosh.
In that moment, your father lowers the bow, jaw clenched tight. And so he is chosen. Amarax, take the power that we gave him. We depart, try again. When he turns around to begin to leave the area, Amarax smiles in your direction, Ophelia. And you see that tether that had been connecting both her to Laertes, this small, thin, glowing gold light beam, pulses, and you watch the luster and gold and light that had been permeating her almost very being, an aura that persisted around her, flow from her body to Laertes as the wound on his body healed over. His breathing grows a bit clearer. The leak from the nose ceases. And she looks to you and smiles and just gives a curt head nod before a radiant arrow pierces through her chest. Amarax looks down as now, without the blessings or whatever remaining power Shavasi within them, they are but a normal celestial. And due to that, the damage dealt from your father's arrow as a bow is lowered again causes Amarax to disintegrate where they stand. And your father goes, "Idiot! We needed that to try again! You doomed us. Why does no one understand the cost of our freedom but me? Amgar, take the boy. Kill the girl." And he swipes his hand, a gold ring shoots open, and a blade comes piercing out from the other end as you've only seen them once in passing. One of them members of the ministry comes lunging through from the opposite end of the hallway towards your father, who barely managed to bat the blade to the side and step back. Amgar takes a step towards your brother. Laertes looks to him, looks to your father, looks to you, and goes, "Amgar, enough. I'm done. I want to stay here, please." The large form of the hands reaching out towards you, your brother, or your father faced off with the member of the ministry, turns a head over the shoulder. Amgar stops reaching the hand out, looks over at Brachus, looks back at him, looks to you, puts the hand down, his fist clenched. I don't kill my people. If I see either of you outside the confines of your city, I will crush your skull where you stand. But on behalf, or rather yet, at the behest of one who was our scion just moments ago, who has still done much for us, I depart. If the servitor
Thank you.
Brachus wishes you slain, he will not use me for his machinations and do it himself. I only kill Aradnians. And he steps into a pillar of light and vanishes away. The still disappearing body of Amrax finally fizzling out. Your father looks back to you, looks at him, and goes, "So this is it then? I have to take you myself, boy?"
Don't you get it? This is the end of your plan. Just because everything around you burns does not mean that it is now your turn.
There's still much to do. There's still much that can be done. With the power the boy has now hold.
It is not your power to command.
And whose is it?
It is his. It is his, as he is his own self, and he has chosen to stay.
Chosen. You keep speaking of choice like I stole it from him.
And yet when he goes against your choice, it is a problem to be solved.
Because everything was given to him for this moment. Everything given to you. And you call a lapdog of your civilization to do what? To kill me?
I don't care if you die. But if you give everything that you possibly can to two separate people, and they both turn out wrong by your own ideas, then maybe it is the teacher who is the problem, servitor. Have you ever considered that someone else deserves your seat? That you're not fit to do what you believe to be is best for the future of your people?
Everything I did. Everything. He stops, and the rage begins to wash away. For a brief moment, roll me insight. As the emotion subsides on his face, the bow still held in one hand. Woo! This golden
There it is.
bow of light in one hand. You see grief and confusion on his face. He looks at you and goes, "You are so much like your mother, you know that?"
I'm glad to hear that, Father.
The rage begins to rebuild. You see his eyes kind of flit. They took her from me. I cannot let go of my hatred. I don't know what man I was before, or what father you had sought in the past, but they took my light, and so I came to make a new one, and I will return again to make a new one, because it's all I have left.
I'm sorry to say that I do not know what you were before she died, because I was not raised to care about you in that way.
You were. You don't... They took it from you. The cruel irony of me fighting for gods is that while I give, they can take, without my own to protect me. I look crazy, don't I? I've always looked this mad to you, Ophelia, since last we spoke, or since first we met in these modern days.
I do not know who you were before.
He goes to speak and then stops. Jaw tightening again. Am I allowed to leave, or must I die here?
It is in the hands of the potentate now. Even my own will does not go above that.
The eye looks over to you. Looks at your father and looks at you, and you feel like a link of telepathy to your mind and goes, I was told to refer to your orders on his life.
Then we will let him go. Because as the potentate has said, it does not matter what he does, he is not truly a threat to Aradnas. And so to let him live would not cause us any harm, now would it?
If you say so. But next time you face the large one, be sure to bring me.
I will make sure that you are there as soon as he is seen, as you should have been from the start.
Sheaths both blades and just set against the wall. Is this goodbye then, daughter? Ophelia?
This is goodbye, father. Thankfully through words and not through blades. You are free to go. I have chosen it.
Don't know what Amarek saw in either of you. But that is a servitor speaking. As a father, I see much. And he draws the bowstring back until it's a full circle from the string to the handle, and it opens a rift that he drops on the ground and climbs through. Goodbye.
Look over at Laertes. Well, it seems that you no longer need to go home. Would you like to continue reading books in my study?
No.
That's right. You can say no. You can do whatever you wish. If you need anything, just contact me.
I would like to help with your research.
This might be the second time in the entire campaign that I give out a genuine warm smile.
Ow.
And so, we have much research to do. We will head for my lab.
We jump back. Wrong map. I hate you, me.
I apologize. I gotta pee really bad. I just want to see how that ended.
No, that's a perfect time to make Gabe take a break because fuck,
You're
I had to stop you for a second. That fucking line delivery with my father at the very end might have been the single best line delivery I've ever heard in my damn life. No, that was a servitor, but as a father, I see much. I cannot compare that to anything else I've had a DM do.
Glad you enjoyed it. I'm trying to.
It's fucking crazy.
We're gonna jump back to the Ministry Spire meeting, but first, quick 5-minute break because guys already walked away. So quick 5-minute break for everyone.
Oh, I can get some water.
Wow, we only got
I've been waiting too. I was waiting as well. I was like, I did not want to get up right now.
Yeah, everyone's sweating, bro.
quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna go get the boys their plates made, and when I get back, hopefully
I might as well take the
from there,
dog out
and
while I'm
then-
at it.
Well, there's only the summit left, and that's about it after the
Only
summit.
one event
Summit
left.
and then the ending.
Like one beard left.
Plenty of time.
Well, guys, since my arc is done, I don't really want to be around anymore, so I think I'm just gonna go.
Nah, bro.
I don't really need to be here
No.
for the end. You know, I already did all my stuff.
Oh. The only difference is this is getting entertaining. So no matter what. So
Yeah, it's not going to be 4 hours of combat.
exactly. You're a B.
Forgot to pause my recording while I was doing that. 2 minutes. We pick up in Lanoth's office. Take this song. I'm gonna readjust all of you to be wherever I think you'd be in this room. Not you guys, but just the other people.
Mhm.
You can move yourselves.
Gotcha.
Where you wanna be.
I'm there too.
Who is that? Hey, who's
Hey.
that, guys?
Hey.
It's me. I made it back.
Oh, no.
Hey, Larities. Oh. he's just like a puddle of ichor with bandages on the ground.
Oh, absolute universe version of your brother.
Gosh. Absolute Larities, absolute Ophelia, absolute Axel.
Yo, that's kind
Oh.
of crazy.
Yeah, we got another campaign to write.
No, no. Start tweaking. Let's put. Move yourselves, Axel and Clive, where you want to be on the map. You're staying there, Clive? Or Axel, I mean. Hello?
Wait a sec, hold on.
Oh, I was like,
He's also cooking.
thought he just died. Like he gone.
Okay, sorry about that. What's going on now?
You staying there, or are you moving somewhere?
I'm gonna stay away from the person I'm scared of right now, who I think is a traitor. I'm just gonna be real about that one. I'm not a fighter. I'm gonna be behind the group.
Yeah, you are. We kicked ass. What do you mean?
The door to the office opens
played
up.
off like I'm not a fighter, bro.
Authorane walks into the room, surveys, and goes, I'm not sure what I've been called here for exactly, but it seems it involves intelligence and Lanoth, you are Clive and Axel at your assembly, yes?
Hello. In the flesh.
Lanoth leans in the chair and goes, Clive and Axel, you may explain the situation.
Oh, you want the points to myself? Me to explain the
Clive, you
situation?
may explain the situation.
Okay.
All right. So, long and short, that Infinity 8 killer I've been tracking down. Demetrius there offered me a partner. Her name was Dusk. In order to help track down who it could be. Events happened. Strange things started happening, especially when I examined the corpse of my old friend Benny. Shit started acting weird, but they offered me a chance to confront Lanoth here, perhaps under the guise of perhaps he had something to do with the case, and perhaps something deeper involving Kayleen and his work in the war. I uttered a word of power that activated the buckler. 2 devils showed themselves, and well, they attacked Lanoth here. Now, I'm under the blame, and to be honest, part of me does feel guilty. Feels responsible in the whole mess. But seems Dusk is one and the same, the Infinity Killer I've been searching for.
And she works at Ministry Intelligence, yes? Or at least you work at Ministry Intelligence, and Demetrius, of course, is Intelligence. This is correct, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a simple solution. We go to the Ministry Intelligence archives and find what they have on all of this in there. To be honest, seems very simple to me.
I'll look at Lanoth and then Axel and then right there.
Demetrius goes, of course we can go to the archives. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to. Though you need escorts, of course. Ministry Temples is a separate place in the Ministry. Laneth goes, they will not need escorts. I'll be sending Lucy with them. She is civil service. It is an internal security affair. She will accompany them. Matter settled. Author-Rain, Clive, you will accompany Lucy to the Ministry Archives. Demetrius, you will guide them to the records pertaining to the Figure 8 Killer. Is that agreeable?
Just nod my head. I don't have much room to argue here.
Wonderful. Now, the matter of Axel.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, he looks over at Carrie Lee and goes, who is she? Clive, not to you, Axel. Who is she? She turns around, looks to you. Ministry Intelligence. Carrie Lee.
Another
And who is she to you, Clive?
good friend.
You trust her?
Yeah.
Then she
No
can
life.
join you to the archives. Everyone but Axel, leave my office.
No way I go. Oh,
Control C and go. I deleted Axel. I need that one to stay here. There we go.
he's gone.
I need that one to stay here.
Timeline caught up to him.
You shut the door. Gone. Erased from existence.
Wait, I need to be observed!
Schrodinger's time traveler?
I need to be observed. Axel, you spoke of something else playing a part in something. Speak
Yes.
plainly. I don't have time for these games. I'm injured and I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. I know I can trust you now because I know there's a bigger plan at play now.
You doubted me in the first
Originally,
place.
when I talked to you and I had this conversation, I said that there was a moment where I saw where a different timeline where two people died in front of your door while you were the killer.
And, you
And it happened again. But I understand now it wasn't you that was the traitor, per se. It's more someone took over your body. And it happened in my timeline, but I fixed it.
You doubted me for even a moment, though, which does disappoint me, Axel. I'll be honest.
I try not to look nervous when he says that, but I do a little tinge of a oh yeah, type of thing. Like my face goes to the side a little bit. I go, I didn't want to, but at the same time, I didn't know truly what I was seeing.
And you speak to me as well as if I am unfamiliar with time and its affairs. I ask you to speak plainly for my time's sake, not for comprehension's sake. He holds his blade aloft. This blade is unbound by time. I've used it for
What
centuries now.
What do you mean by unbound by time?
Do you wish to see?
I'm allowed to.
He picks up the sword.
Cut you in half.
He picks up the sword, walks over to you. This one's over here. Did it work? Hang on. I lost the sword sheet. Picks up the sword, walks over to you, and as he gets to you, you watch him. Oh wait, didn't you hear that? Hang on. 24 hours. Yeah, he walks over to you with the sword in his hand. You see, he flicks the blade, almost like a clock hand turning, and all the wounds in his body, you watch them physically rewind in time. And he is back to where he was when he first entered the office. There are
Amazing.
no wounds on his body. He goes, firstly, while I have this blade, I cannot age. Secondly, while I have this blade, I can revert time on myself up to 24 hours. Only on myself. And thirdly, every week or so, there's a chance that I can undo time up to 1 hour within a certain area around me. But beyond this, Because it's a time-lost artifact, it does allow me to perceive time differently than most. So I'm aware that something is very off about you. Not sure what, but I assume your story will explain why things are off surrounding you. And why you
Yes,
seem
and
untethered as per most things. Keep it brief. There is a Truth Seeker Summit in the morning, and I wish to sleep beforehand.
and I agree. So, first things first.
I'm the realist.
When that event happened, I reversed everything that happened by pretty much making it so what happened didn't correspond to everything. I made things different so you could win your fight, for example, into that
The fight.
wormhole that you went through. You were possessed, but no more. It did not come to pass this time.
A powerful devil awaited me in the void I was in. I believe a patriarch of some kind, one of the highest ranking of their species.
That's problematic. Is it dead?
No, it is not dead.
That is very problematic. Okay. Well, I'll continue. So, that said, the reason why it probably seemed that I just popped out of nowhere is because when I reversed everything, I was still in the same area I was when I did change everything, but in a different things happened in correspondence. So I never truly arrived the way I came in. It just looked like I just popped out of nowhere. So, there's that.
What is this entity you speak of, this other thing in time playing?
Yes. So something was messing with me when I went to do my research on the whole time and the whole what are the boundaries of how much I can see in time and how much I can change. Something was messing with what I call time echo, where I was here in one place and not in the other. I believe at first it was probably their adjunct mind, but I'm starting to think there's something stronger or something above it that's probably causing some weird time relapse because I'm messing with things it's not perceiving of me doing. I don't think it realized that I'm the one messing with time. It's confusing me. I'm still trying to figure out what the hypothesis, but I know for a fact there is something way bigger than anything I have ever seen before, almost God entity level, that is messing with time.
Raise a hand. Hold that thought. I'm getting something from Caitlin right now. He's captured Kentello, and they're withdrawing from the Leash outpost, it seems. Look into this discrepancy in time, this other entity, as so may seem, and bring me any information that pertains to it.
I'll nod. Let's do what I can. No, actually, scratch that. I will figure it out.
That's the answer I need to hear. Good. You're dismissed. Now, I must find a way to get Kalen assistance in his endeavors. Things are going to be very tricky for him soon, I assume.
Starting to think it's going to be a lot of things tricky for a lot of us.
When this killer is handled and all the traitors are gone, I believe it'll go a lot simpler. But I cannot speak on that truthfully. There are far... Never mind. You're dismissed, Axel.
I still wish that you stay aware and vigilant, because I don't think they're done with whatever mess they try to pull with you.
It took...
Just stay safe.
It took 2 devils and a patriarch to try and kill me. And only in one timeline that you saw did I lose.
Indeed.
I am the champion.
I'll smile at that.
You are dismissed.
All right. Best of luck, champion. I'll smile as I say that and walk away.
Best of... He just blushed.
Best of luck.
Best of love. Axel's blushing at him. Best of love, champion.
Best of luck. My God.
Twirling his hair a little bit.
Luck, bro.
Best
No,
of love.
no. Best of luck.
In my bedroom.
Oh no. Best of love is crazy, bro. It's luck. Axel, you don't have to be like this here.
We
I hate that.
jump to the adjunct spire. The end of the day. after all this transpired, we find Ophelia and Axel here before we get to them. Or rather, no. Let's finish up with the Ministry Spire first before I get to those over there, actually, because that is important. I was going to just jump over there. I'm like, wait a minute. Axel and Ophelia is cool and all, but Ministry Intelligence seems way more fun right now. I can't control V tokens.
No.
I copied them. That's great. Okay, one second. I gotta push tokens out there. Clive, you come across Lucy at the base of the building. Or rather, you have to wait for Lucy at the base of the building because she did walk all the way over to the Truth Seeker Institute in a search for you, thinking you were there. Only to find you not there, apparently. So let me actually grab out all these tokens manually. Because I thought I copied them, but then it didn't copy them. Lucy. Authorane Clive. Companions. Carrie Lee. That's not what your token is. There it is, Demetrius. There we go. Found it. You and your entourage make your way through the Ministry Spire towards the back of the building where intelligence is located. You find yourselves led down a long staircase through twisting corridors that seem to almost shift to give you a pathway to walk on as you walk there, until eventually you find yourselves down in a dark portion of the Ministry Spires, or Ministry Intelligence's wing. Demetrius looks at you all and goes, "This is my personal wing of Ministry Intelligence, where most matters that pertain to my cases are handled. As such, the figurehead killer case information is here." Looks to the guard. "These are all escorts under Lucy." Chatterby goes, "Official civil service business. I'll be taking over control of this place. Actually, Ministry Intelligence. I understand how intelligence works, but this is an internal investigation, and I take precedence here. Unless you want to fight me about it, we can go back to the old rules of Radness." He just nods his head. And he goes, "Clive, if you'd like to lead on or follow along Demetrius to where you need to go, just tell him what you want to see. He'll be sure to guide you there."
Alright.
I'll throw the over to you and go, "There is oddities with Ministry Intelligence you should be aware of that I am not sure you know. They do operate almost like a private entity under each officer that commands a certain section, and so assume all the soldiers here are loyal to Demetrius in particular because of their station, similar to how your own personal escorts are loyal to you at your spire."
Gotcha.
This is a heads up. "And I assume you will keep me safe as well. I am only a humble advisor after all. I cannot fight."
You can count on me.
Wonderful. Lead on then.
Alright. Well, let's get a rundown on start with Dusk. How about?
Of course, as we walk. Dusk, as I said to you, was assigned to me by Authorane, I assumed. Authorane shakes his head and goes, "Never met someone named Dusk before in my life. I don't deal with handling off agents, so perhaps someone masking as Authorane provided me Dusk for the purposes of investigative services. Said they were trusted, efficient, and to their end they were very efficient and effective. They had not failed me in a single mission they had ever done before. I trusted Dusk. I trusted Duck. My favorite.
Duck.
I trusted Dusk implicitly in all my work I'd done. They had never failed me before. The archives. He opens the door.
Hey, Smith. Looking kind of familiar.
Is it?
Might be getting the map mixed up. The walls just look like the ones from the one shot.
Oh, I mean, similar architecture. It's a radness.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
You're free to enter the archives. If you request information from any of the archives in here, they will be brought to you instantaneously by our management system that is in place.
All right. Understood. I am gonna start looking through. Are there any details to the Infinity 8 case that I might not have picked up on that perhaps intelligence might have heard about?
Roll me investigation with advantage, please.
Got you.
20. Everything in here is very bare bones. A lot of it's reports that you've given them, reports from when they were directly in the field, but beyond that, there is nothing that you haven't given them that they haven't looked into themselves,
Okay. I figured.
or that you weren't present for them looking into themselves. Like the night of Benny's murder, they have that stuff there. Anything you gave them, they have that stuff there. Nothing from tonight happening is in there currently, but that's literally it.
Okay.
It's just anything that might involve you or them being visibly there when you were around.
Gotcha.
I'll probably walk in and go, anything interesting in this place? Anything good?
Just kind of giving a cursory glance for now. Anything in particular you interested in?
I'm just here to make sure you found what you're looking for. I'm very adept at handling information and working with intelligence and working with the Arcane Matrix, so...
Hmm.
Do you find anything worth our time here, or should we look elsewhere in this place?
I'm trying to think of stuff that I could look at. Why don't I look at records on that CC they were talking about?
Don't even bother rolling, there's nothing in there.
Okay.
Not an ounce on her.
On there.
Not an ounce on her or Dusk anywhere in there. Whenever they
Gotcha.
mention where she would be with you during any investigation, it's replaced with just like ministry operative.
That makes sense.
Well, there's codenames of other people in there. There's plenty of other codenames in there, but you don't see Dusk or CC
Oh.
anywhere in any of the files.
Okay. Hmm.
Could we see your office,
Can I roll-
Demetrius? Oh, sorry, continue.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, can I roll like a flat investigation check to kind of get an idea of anything that might be interesting
By all means.
to
yes, you
look
may.
further into? Okay.
Ooh.
Why is that
26.
rolling so slow?
26. With a 26. You know, it is the damnedest thing. There is so much nothing in this archive. Like, there's so much information that just is just information. Like, you read it and it leaves your brain information, which is so basic and analytical and bare bones that you can be lost reading this stuff for hours.
Okay.
Interesting, though. You begin to look through. You see so many conflicting reports of Callisto's holding in this archive. About where she was being held, who last saw her, who last was moving her or holding her, the place she was in, where she was supposed to go to. There's so many conflicting and mixed reports in here that some just don't match with other official records that are in there.
Take a look at this Callisto report.
What is
And I
Callisto?
can
What is
read
this?
through it.
Callisto?
It's that chick,
Okay, so
Kaelin,
you know
brought
who she
in
is.
from
Yes,
the war.
Callisto is the second in command
Yeah.
for Cantello and the Third Aegis. I can help
Now
let you
take a
know.
look at this one.
Well, this one's different than this one.
Quite
isn't it?
different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's different than both of these. Very
Whole
interesting.
lot of reports on her, and they all say something different.
Have you found anything you were looking for in there, Clive, Authorane? Anything useful?
Still taking a gander.
Take all the time you need, Clive. He's not going anywhere. None of us are.
Right.
Preferably, though, I'd like to be done before the summit in the morning. I do have to run security for that thing.
Won't be too much longer.
You may have heard me earlier, but I think you should check out his office.
I was saying the same thing.
I
don't
in the
know.
first place.
I just want to take a look, just in case.
Yeah, you can't say no. There's no harm in doing it.
Why don't we take a look at that office now?
My office.
Hmm.
Of course. Please follow me.
Gotcha.
I'll move you on myself. Shoop. There is such a bare bones crew down this place.
That's sketchy.
You get to the office, place a hand on the door, you hear an audible unlock, a wave of energy passes over it, and he opens the door. After you. Lucy's just remain outside. Offen's gonna walk in with you. There are some in the room. You see, there's some in the room looking over some of the files on this table over here.
There be.
Excuse me.
The woman turns around and goes, "Yes, hello."
Howdy. What are you doing? What are you doing in Demetrius's office?
I was looking for reports as it pertains to. She looks over at Authorine for a second, and you seem. I'm not trying to hide it. She said no, and he goes, "That you should not know about, actually."
Pertaining to what?
Things that don't matter
no.
to you.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna roll an insight.
By all means.
My favorite roll.
18. What are you insetting? What are you insetting in particular?
Does Authorine rather, really have my best interests at heart currently?
You'd say he does. He's just talking to her.
Okay.
He's just giving her signals currently.
Okay.
Trust me, it's nothing you need to worry about, I assure you. Don't know what you're here for, but I assume it's something different than I'm here for.
Oh, probably. It's been quite a night. I was gonna roll an investigation check to look for anything that might help my case here.
Well, if you'll excuse me, and she, watch her clap her hands together, magic makes a warp in her hand, she vanishes out as she teleports away somewhere. She is a ministry. They are ministry adjacent.
Mm.
Have you ever heard of the your adjunct assembly? I don't know how much she was privy to in terms of intelligence matters exactly.
My position, not a whole lot.
I assume as much. They are an ally. They are ministry adjacent. They operate.
All right.
They operate on their own rules and regulations, but they work for Aradnis as a whole. I trust them if they were here, but they cannot tell you why they were here.
Suppose everyone has their own jobs.
With a 20 investigation, you begin to look around. Actually, you get advantage because Author. You do get advantage because Author is here. Forgot about that. So roll one more time.
Oh,
Forgot about that.
hell yeah.
You get advantage because Author is here. God damn!
God.
29. You notice with 29. Granted, you already stepped on it at this point. There is a magic circle on the floor, which you probably see on the map right now.
Oh,
very
yeah.
faintly drawn there, that as soon as you walk into the room and stepped on it, had the most imperceptible pulse of energy. You now see that certain things in the room are burning away.
What
With the 29,
hell?
you have a chance to get something.
Okay.
So pick one of these sections of the office, and you can grab something from there. I will say, since the author is here, you can tell him to go something, grab something else as well if you'd like.
Quick, head over here.
He's gonna rush over.
I want to look in the main desk.
You grab a burning piece of parchment, and manage to snag it just as like the last corner of it was about to burn away. You have that small corner to have a certain insignia on it that you have not deciphered just yet. Arthur Rain grabs what looks to be one of the books here,
Yeah.
or let's be not. I guess let's a book more like a ledger of some kind. That has halfway
Ooh.
kind of almost melted and singed.
Damn it.
Security measures, but what did you find?
Well, just this little piece of paper. And I'm take a look at the
Roll
insignia.
me history, please.
History, brother.
And the author will hand you the ledger as well.
History is that. Oh, brother.
You got luck, don't you, or yours you luck all out?
No, I got a little bit of luck. Yeah, I'll burn a lucky. Why not?
Oh!
Oh,
The symbol you see on that very small corner is a symbol you'd seen when Kalen was doing his preparations for his campaign. That is the Third Aegis logo on the corner of that
oh
paper.
shit. Oh, fuck. Third Aegis.
What was in the paper, I wonder?
Probably nothing good. Let me take a look at that now.
You open the ledger up. There is a lot of jargon in this ledger here. To decipher it, Arcana or Intelligence.
Okay.
I'll give you an advantage to operators there, but Arcana or Intelligence.
Oh, they're both the same.
Get advantage.
Advantage. Dink.
14. There's mentions in this thing of... I'll make it easier. Because there's so much in here to go through, the thing that catches your eye the most looks to be a writing out report of... Yeah, very, like, one of the last pages that says, if confronted, bag inside of bag, it worked the last time.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot more detailed than that, but it's a lot of jargon you can't really decipher. But that's you get like the cliff notes that have been written and attached to this. It looks like.
Right. During that fight, one of the devils used a little trick. You know what a bag of holding is?
Of course I do.
Well, I stuffed one side of the other and created a void that took land off. And right here, I'll point out probably the paragraph where it's noted.
Yes. I recommend taking this to someone that can analyze all of the technical know-how in this. It looks very important. But
Right.
what does this mean, though, all this information? What do you understand from this? What do you glean?
Well, definitely Demetrius knows more than he's letting on.
Now we're getting somewhere. Good. Suspect everyone. Except for me, of course. I'm so trustworthy.
Right. I'm gonna take another look. Is there anything that might be not legible, but able to be gleaned from the ashes of the burnt room?
Nothing else. I mean, there plenty of books and stuff are still in here, but certain
Yeah.
things in the room have all burned away at this point in time.
Okay. So probably nothing Nothing too great for what's going on right now.
Well then, you have your information. What next?
Yeah, let's ask the man himself. Howdy,
Hello, anything important?
Demetrius.
Yes.
Take a look at this paper.
What have we
What
here?
insignia do you see there?
It looks like it's a bit burned
I just
away.
glancing at it. I'll point out the very obvious Third Aegis insignia now.
It looks a
To
bit,
show it to everyone.
looks a bit burned away. Hard to understand with all the damage done to it. Perhaps it can be
Right.
restored to decipher its full intents and meanings.
And there's a little trick in this book here. Stick a bag inside of a bag.
Ah, yes. I see that on this page, yes.
Lanoth can attest. One of the devils attacking him used the same trick to pull him in.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Peculiar. Very peculiar.
Now be honest.
Honesty, of course.
Why'd your office set ablaze when we stepped in that circle? Who set that up for you?
Intelligence secrets should always be kept close at heart, you know. Things that might be classified or damning for Radness.
Glance at Carrie and Lucy.
I'm working on your time, Clive.
Right.
You're the lead investigator here. I'm just the muscle. And the looks, too.
Hmm. Okay. I was gonna think to himself. And I'm gonna ask you, DM, what could I roll that would help me glean a good hard-hitting question to ask? Because I like playing
Wisdom.
investigator, but
Say
I'm not the
probably
smartest.
Probably wisdom.
Wisdom?
Don't worry, bro. I'm the same
Wisdom.
way. Playing a scientist, dog. It's alright.
Wisdom or insight, I'd say.
Wisdom and insight? Okay. I'll just roll insight.
18. Okay. So you're looking for a question to ask?
Yep.
I would say this is a bit above. You know, this is pretty. I'm not supposed to give out freebies, but I'll give it an 18 to I'll help with an 18. An
Okay.
18.
Appreciate you.
You could ask a very plain and simple question as to why were third Aegis orders or missives, whatever the document was, or records, and a detailed play of how to possibly kill Lanoth sitting in his office. That don't seem like something you just. At least one of those doesn't seem like something you just have to look over.
Mm-hmm. I'll just
Especially
I'll
on the
do
burn
just
away. If
something.
they were that important, why have them burn away?
Now tell me, why would a ledger say an exact trick or one of the devils did? Paper showing the third Aegis insignia. Why would all that be in your office that just so happened to burn down as soon as I stepped foot in it?
I can only assume that Dusk played a role in that, most likely, if they were planted in there.
And then this Dusk. Where did she come from?
I told you, someone who I believed to be Authorane assigned her to me.
Thrain?
Again, I have never met a person named Dusk in my life. First of all, my time is very important. I don't usually meddle in these kind of affairs, but I owe Regulus a favor and came to assist for that. This is a bit beneath my station, not to sound too up there.
I can do something risky.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab Demetrius by his shirt
Okay, grab him by the shirt.
and mean mug him. I'm gonna try and intimidate him
Roll me
to spill the beans.
intimidation. Roll me that intimidation.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
Roll me
That's the
insight.
hawk I was looking for to
Got the
come
shit.
out.
And then roll me insight.
I'm gonna use a lucky point for that.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna intimidate and then insight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wee.
20. Intimidation. This, by all intents, is not a good situation to be in. There's the chief of civil service, a ministry agent, an investigator, and a member of the Seat of the High Chamber all bearing down this man. And while he should be intimidated by all intents, with a 20, you don't sense quite literally any emotion in anything he's been saying or doing. Especially not now. Even though you're in his face and he feels pressed up, his eyes don't change, his expression doesn't change.
I'm gonna shake him. Come on. Show a little fucking man in you.
Please release my collar.
Why are you acting like a puppet? There's nothing behind those eyes, are there?
I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Just very stoic, very grounded individual. Intelligence requires to survive interrogation.
Gleaming on past interactions with Demetrius, is this how he acted at all?
Roll me, I'll say either history with advantage or insight by itself.
Okay. I will do insight by itself.
18. There's a bit more life to him than this. Even when he's in the prison cell, there's a bit more life to him, a bit more personal, personalization, a bit more grounded feeling when he spoke to you. There's an attempt being made here.
Apologies, I'm looking at something on my sheet. I'm going to use one of my innate spells from being an elf. I'm going to detect magic. And I'm just going to see if there's anything just bizarre, like, on him, around him, in him, if I'm able to glean.
Let's see in here. With detect magic, honestly, it's very odd. There's a lot of magic around here. Everyone around you has magic on them in some way. It's so odd. He almost seems like devoid of magic on his person, like a blank spot. Like even Arthurine has some odds and ends and baubles that have magic on them. You know, Lucy has her weapons and her armor. Caerleigh has her weapons and armor. He seems like devoid of all magic, like a blank void of magic. You're casting spells. Is something the matter? Caerleigh's like, yeah, you alright?
There's something wrong with you. There ain't no magic to you. Or at least be something, right?
That's off. I mean, yeah, most people here are pretty... I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I've got a lot of magic on me. I prefer magic. It's nice to have. I did not have time to acquire my gear before arriving. I made a brief stop to speak with Mariah upstairs and did not grab all of my proper equipment. It was quite the haste.
I'm gonna make a perception check.
Roll
Truly, is there any light behind those eyes?
perception.
Is this an alive person, or is it just someone being used?
Roll me perception. 26. This is not a person.
Okay.
There is no light behind the eyes because there are no eyes because it's a solid face. Like, you see a face, but it's almost like it's carved, like one solid thing.
I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew it. It clicked.
This ain't Demetrius. This is something using his face.
I'm most definitely Demetrius. You're acting quite rash now. In your desperation for answers, I believe, Clive.
Come look. No light. It's just a mask.
Arthurine is gonna put a hand on Demetrius' shoulder, cast spell. How long? Cast dispel magic on Demetrius.
Exactly
Doesn't
what
have an
it
exact
is.
source, but as it hits immediately, your detect magic pings his entire person as soon as Arthurine casts spell magic on Demetrius as a person. The whatever was masking him is gone. The entire thing, his entire body pings with illusory magic.
This whole being's an illusion.
And you're touching them, creating an illusion. It's just a security precaution so people can't see my true visage at times. It distorts them.
Oh.
So what's
I'm
the
gonna
call?
roll. I can be Skylar. I don't know. We can take him in for further questioning. I need to. As weird as it sounds, I need to examine him just a bit more.
I don't agree to being examined further. I'm a member of military intelligence. I have work to do, I'm afraid. This is all the time I can provide. I was told to... Looks at Lucy. I was told by Lanoth that it was to show you the archives in my wing and allow you free access to my section of Ministry Intelligence. And I've done as such. Your authorization, your clearance, your role in civil investigations ends there until you get further clearance from your superiors. So, that being the case, and he kind of puts a hand on your hand and takes off his collar. I believe we are done here. I can come in for questioning in my own time. Is that correct? Unless you have reason to believe or evidence to hold me.
I was like, fuck. I know I have nothing concrete. However, perhaps I can talk to Lanoth. Show him what I found.
Arthurine walks over to Demetrius, casts Dispel Magic on his shoulder, and you watch Demetrius collapse into a puddle of snow and melt in the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
I knew it. Freaking knew it.
And looks to you and goes, "Took a gamble, but you said all illusion. If he was a real person, he would have melted."
Yeah, I suppose not. Really should have.
And so I shall
Listen better
locate the
to
real
those magic
Demetrius.
glasses.
I shall locate the real Demetrius in my own time, and then after I find him for you, I'll tell you where he is, and then you can do whatever you wish with your investigation. But my favorites Regulus ends at that point. Good day. And he turns around and goes, and if you claim to have seen me or I helped you, you did not, and I did not.
Alright.
I like that
Clive.
guy.
He's awesome. Despite Clive's usual like cocky bravado, he's just very clearly shaken up.
Get some
This
rest.
whole night has really gotten under his skin.
Get some rest, Clive. True Seeker Summit tomorrow. And then whatever happens next, happens next.
Right. Sorry for dragging all y'all into this.
It's my job, first of all. I've been looking at building for the past 2 weeks. Carrie Lee just gives you a knowing nod. I'll find Dusk. She walks off that other
The
way.
moment you do, give me a ring.
She's not responding, just walks away. Alright, let's go. I'm going to bed. You're going to bed. We're all going to bed. Let's go.
Right.
Bedtime.
Clive feels absolutely useless.
We now go to the adjunct spire.
And I will be right back, because food is done.
He's dead. I kill Clyde. I shoot him with a gun.
Do. That's a crazy way to use simulacrum, Gabe.
What are you talking about? Anyways,
Espionage, bro?
what are you talking about, bro? Anyways. No clue what you're talking about. No clue what you're talking about.
I'm taking notes. Just know that.
Don't do that. We move forward in time. First, we go back to Kalen before getting to the beginning of the Truth Seeker Summit the following day. I'm gonna hurt myself. It's just really hot in my room.
Oh, same here, dude.
Turn my fan off like a fool. Kalen,
Mm-hmm.
It has been 2 weeks since your rescue in the Deadlands. The Citadel belonging to the Skywrencher Brigade, which is going to be this group you're with, has been taking a long, evasive route to avoid any possible Aegis ambush points. It's drastically increased your travel time. A typical 1.5 week trip has become about 2 to 3 weeks. You are on the cusp of your 6th month since the campaign against the Aegis has begun. And while you did not bring complete victory, you have decimated much of their forces. The Skywrencher Citadel leaves its combat-ready stance. The windows are uncovered, and natural light begins to pour inside. You see home, the core. You're back. But something isn't right. Why is the defense flotilla deployed? Hundreds of citadels. If the core its citadel's on high alert, does that mean it's in danger? Perhaps this Aegis invasion is a bigger deal than you originally thought. Regardless, this is not a good sign of things to come, and you can probably kiss any R&R you had planned goodbye. This event will transpire and continue just after the end of the True Seeker Summit, which we jump back now to the group the following morning. Most people returned home late in the evening, leading up to the summit. Ophelia, you and your brother spent time with Vasily, researching within your chambers, your lab. With the full completed power that Servasi's remaining energy provided, perhaps there's a way to stabilize or isolate the barrier around your rip, your tear, the opening in space you've made in planes. But when you return to the Spire, it is late, and the summit is in the morning. Do you wish to continue researching regardless?
I think I would.
Roll me.
I think I would have seen that as the worst part behind me, so.
Roll me an Arcana check with advantage, please. I'm sorry. This one. I'll give you a bonus to your brother being here. Plus 10. 26. 26. With your brother, yourself, and Vasily working long into the night, and over all that has transpired, all that you know, the solution is very clear. If there is a way to almost, in the making of the sigil, alter its functionality so that the window itself is not affixed to a certain point where it can be interacted with, but if the window itself were almost a bridge, not a bridge, perhaps a tunnel between, there might be a method. Come knock my door. That's great. Perhaps the window were a tunnel. No. 26. Perhaps to isolate the equation, the opening. What if the sigil, instead of being the catalyst, was the point itself? What if the sigil was isolated? What if when using the sigil it became its own place, but not one that you can exist in, one that you pass through in an instant? Isolation by transposition. Think of it like a room in between two other rooms, but it's one you don't stand in. It's one you simply are just in for a moment and gone the next. A place of light that your brother could forge for you. Not a large one, as he does not have full control over deity's power, but one that he could form or that you yourself could work with Vasily to form away from divine magics. One route is far quicker, one will require more time and energy, but there is a method. The sigil you made, the glyph, upon contact, could take you from point A to point B to point C, but point B was only there for maybe half a second at most.
Alright.
But you can choose to allow it to have divine magic involved in it by proxy to your brother using whatever he has at his disposal, or you and Vasily can work longer into the weeks and months to find a way to make it yourself.
I think taking the extra time to try to see if we can replicate the light magic in our own way is more important than going forward assuming we can just use it. Because that means we'd have to assign specific people to this instead of making it usable by anyone, which is the entire point. An accessible planar travel.
In that case, you will need more time to develop this, but time this evening you do not have. For the next day, you are awake as dawn crests through the windows. You are awake as a brief spike of adrenaline courses through your body, through your mind, and fades. A very common method that Adric Mind uses to get the attentions of all of you as a matter of fact. Save for Caitlin, because he's not in the city. Feel Adric Mind ping your psyche to get your attention. Sorry to disturb you, however, the Truth Seeker Summit is occurring in 4 hours.
Oh.
Alright.
Who is? I mean, I don't know. I'll try getting food. I'm gonna assume Clive goes to that.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. My bad. Thank you.
No, you're good, thank you.
4 hours pass you all by. Laertes will remain with Vasily in the lab to work with this process. All of you arrive in the Truth Seeker Institute, a massive cube structure adorned with assortments of arcane filigree from various ages, types, and cultures. The building has bridges and walkways all along its interior, connecting the many floors and connecting the many offices, labs, libraries, examination rooms, and many other facilities of study to one another. Hundreds of individuals, varied heavily in appearance and energy levels, roam the halls and corridors of this massive 50-story building. One corridor in particular leads to a skywalk that connects to a larger summit chamber. This is the path you take. Upon entering, you find yourself before a large room, laid out similar to a circular courtroom, but on a much grander scale, with over 100 high-ranking and respected members of the Truth Seekers seated, looking to the center of the room. A large platform is connected by a bridge in the middle, and appears to be somewhat of a presentation area where things may be shown or projected. Stairs off to the sides of the room lead to the seating area, as if the room itself was an arena of sorts. Think of like an amphitheater almost. But I guess indoors, like these other, pretty sure those are usually outside. Members or representatives of other administration branches are seated or taking their seats. Finding your way through your designated area, your sections to sit down, your mind is silenced as the familiar chill of voice of Aradness floods in and disconnects you from any and all external stimuli, including adjunct mind, leaving you all completely isolated from the outside and essentially forced to focus entirely on this moment. I gotta get a sip of some water. Give me a second. Water sip. Water is so important when speaking as a DM. Holy shit. Oh. Ugh.
I do gotta get up real quick.
You're... I'm gonna play this song for now. There we go. A member of the Truth Seeker Tribunal stands. Oh, wrong one. Someone you know to be, or at least someone known to be, Truth Warden Dion. They are adorned in a fanciful gown, signifying their importance. On either side of them are two others, similarly dressed individuals, and behind that row are Akale and most of her team, with the noble exception of Zarius, who you'd last seen requesting access to the Veil of Contemplation the day the night was first brought in, the day that the taking was first made known to you all. I want to play this song, sure. Truth Warden Dion begins to speak to just the room. Attention all, the summit is soon to commence. I, Truth Warden Dion of the Truth Seeker Tribunal, shall initiate this convene, but first, there are things to preface. This summit will no longer be an analysis of the many developments or projects of the Seekers, as is tradition. Instead, we shall be going back to our more age...
Sorry about that, y'all.
No problem, Axel. Please have a seat.
This is Canon Axel.
Instead, we shall be going back to our more aged roots.
Sorry about that, y'all.
I'm so sorry I'm late, guys. Did I miss something?
There's this great red place down the street.
This summit shall become the deciding body for a trial. There's a mixed chorus of murmurs that spread across the crowd. Aradness is in a time of uncertainty, and almost none of you, or the Empire at large, are aware of it. In most situations, we would not bring any of this to light, as there has never been a true threat to our people. However, I cannot say with certainty that we are truly safe as we currently are. Firstly, I shall present the issues at hand, and then we shall discuss those responsible. In the center of the room flares the energy. Visions and animated screens and scenes project forth for the entire room to see, circling to give each corner a chance to take in the various sights. Pulsating gemstones, humanoids showcasing exceptional traits or abilities, sunlight compressed into fine tools and objects, prototype items of immense arcane energy. With everything being shown, it appears as though across almost every field of study, a major breakthrough has occurred or is occurring. Despite how this all may appear, it is how we have come this far that is the reason for our concern. In Aradness, in our fringe cities, concealed from our people, are experiments of a nature most heinous. In an attempt to create something that would have evolved mortality, an avoidable hazard was created. Something that threatens our way of life and all others. A cancer, a parasite. We call it the Taking. You see the projections change to show corpses drained of color and energy, brain-like masses, white roots, and creatures without normal growths or skin texture. Entire rooms or sections of city interiors are overtaken with the same growths, whole sections drained of energy and bodies piled high. The Taking is an outer virus that has been slowly but surely wiping out entire populations across the many facilities and cities where it has breached containment. Its growth is so rapid and uncontrollable, citizens have been forced to eradicate the very places they were made to protect. Considerable quarantine efforts have been made by the Ministry and the Truth Seekers, but have taken toll on our research consumption and asset allocation, and this threat is not limited to only our material plane. The projection shifts to show many planes and a devastation left in the Taking's wake, or by the Citadel sent to cleanse it. I want this one. The one responsible for allowing all of this to happen, for letting it go so far unchecked until now, the one who pushed these projects into being and given this chaos a chance to take root, is none other than our strongest, our leader, our potentate. The projections drop, and in the center of the room, a light snaps on, revealing the potentate standing impassively, their eyes sharp and impenetrable, an unbothered stare locked on the Truth Warden Dion. Another individual in similar attire to the Truth Warden stands. She steps forward and leans on the railing, pointing an accusatory finger toward the potentate. This is Truth Warden Saya. Explain yourself, potentate. We have already discovered that it was you who allowed Xarius to enter the Veil, you who had him hide his progress from the people and work as your lapdog, beyond the purview of his seniors, you who concealed orders to have the samples of the taking sent to the Frontier for research, and you who allowed the detrimental results of Xerius' actions to go unquestioned. What followed is on your hands and should not go without persecution. Potentate turns, facing Dion now, gesturing to the room. A premeditated exhibition. It seems the tribunal lacks not intact. You wish to make a show of me. Very well. I shall play your games, and I will start with a simple query. I hope you answer this and think on it unbiased and truthfully. If you stood on the precipice, on a beam that so bounces you between the infinite and the end, would you not risk everything as I have? The room is met with silence, but the potentate continues to speak. The potential posed by what Xerius discovered brought with it a cost that in itself was far too great. Xerius was willing to give everything in our search to find the keys of our ascension. If it had meant the possibility of fulfilling the goals of Radnus that had been set out since its founding, I would not be the potentate if I let it pass me by. I took a gamble for all mortals. I did what Radnus was made to do. Do we not take chances because we are Radnus? Or are we Radnus because we take chances? Complacency and comfort have made you forget how we achieved all we have. I, however, remember still. Some of the truth seekers whisper their dissent, others scoff. All continue to give their attention as Saya responds. No one is more aware of the cost progress brings than the truth seekers. Yet unlike the many greats of our institution, your fumbling at the threads of chance failed, and that failure very well may doom us all. You've allowed a near unstoppable plague to run free in our empire. The very people you swore freedom and security to are now suffering, and it is by your actions they do so. You've betrayed your kin, and by all accounts seem traitor for the actions taken, and the ineptitude to find a swift resolution of these matters. If you're going to move forward with such drastic decisions, you should have not allowed your rising stars such unequivocal control over objects possessed by the night. The champion should have been left to do as they saw fit, without the oversight or aggression of our officials. They knew better than any of us the possibilities, and even months after research began, said possibilities may still linger beyond our comprehension. There's a shout of assent from many of the truth seekers. The rest of the room, mainly the representatives of the other branches, remained quiet. When this person first appeared, was it not you who with curiosity and greed so did take them? The truths you sought have led us down this very path that you now label me traitor for pursuing. Let this summit not be for me alone. Lay all of Radnus bare, for we all wanted to utilize some aspect of the foreign objects and visitors that came before us, but none knew best how to accomplish it, so you once again left it in my charge and wiped your hands clean with it until such a time when you could reap the benefits and seize the spotlight of progress for yourselves. There's a murmur from the crowd. Another truth warden stands and pushes Saya back. The eldest of the trio, a long beard that goes down almost their mid-chest. Truth warden and Podius, a larger form, hunched though it may be, speaks. You spew theoretics and half-truths. You speak as if we are clairvoyant to the whole outcomes of our professionals. We sought knowledge as we all have. We trusted in our potentate to guide us down the right path and into devastation. This outcome and the weight of this growing nightmare is yours alone to bear. We provided everything to the administration and put our faith that the proper course of action would be taken. It was you who let greatness slip away. You who tarnished our vision as wards of truth and knowledge. You who by your own actions have jeopardized all we have and all our ancestors had built and worked for. And you who have failed as a leader and an Aradnian. I, Truth Warden and Podius, find you guilty on all accounts levied against you today, and I speak for my trusted colleagues in saying, we all find you guilty in attempt to lead, or rather shepherd, Aradnus toward its ruination. We, the Truth Seeker Tribunal, motion for the immediate relinquishment of any and all of your governing authorities, and shall be stating as such to the other branches. Should there be an agreement, we shall see you removed from your seat of power and stripped of your title, by force, if necessary. A heavy silence falls over the room. Never has a potentate been removed from power, let alone put on trial before. Save for the other two wardens who mutter an agreement, not a single person dares even breathe. It seems even now none have forgotten that despite the systems in place, The potentate is the undisputed strongest mortal known to exist, and the laws of Radnus dictate they could very well eradicate the tribunal where they stand, and then all of this would amount to nothing more than a fleeting moment of indignation. The air is thick with unease. It seems like minutes go by before the potentate speaks. You're right. You lack clairvoyance, let alone foresight, but your quest for balanced information should have shown you why caution is always necessary. You claim to have left all unforeseen trials in my hands. However, the people need to know the truth, if you still respect such a thing. After the events of the meeting, True Seeker Akale was allowed unequivocal authority over all things pertaining to the night and the taking. True Seeker Arius was allowed access to the veil well beyond the meeting's conclusion. The tribunal allowed for these studies to continue, even while in possession of the knowledge from the night. Even with the warning of the taking being proven credible and possible, still you pressed on. It was only when Xeris was compromised you put your crisis upon me for resolution, and so I gave Akale free reign over all aspects. The work in the fringe cities was paramount in devising a way to control the entity or mitigate further damages. If this plague was already upon us, it would only be a matter of time before the outbreak occurred. Our only remaining option was to prepare. It was in these preparations when they backfired did we attempt to rectify our error, but by then it had spiraled beyond the standard methods of control and led us to where we are now. So you admit to your wrongdoings. I admit to doing what I believe would spare my people the fate that befell the knights and his ilk. The chance I took was calculated, but the weight of the scales that befell to the side of failure due not only to my decisions, but in part to how you took long for your so-called hunters of truth to inform your potentate of your failure. We're not invincible. We're not infallible. Recent conflicts have shown us this. The New Age depends on us and the choices we make. We need to proceed with caution. You knew this and did nothing. And Podius begins to slump back in his seat. All shall remember today is the day you resigned your titles as purveyors of truth. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are still many a thing to do, and it seems I am the only one that capable of doing it any further. I will waste my time no longer in the folly of fools. He turned to exit the room. And as your potentate, I find your qualifications lacking, and hereby invoke my authority as leader of Radnus to make this your last summit. Vacate your stations, cleanse your quarters, and I will find replacements in my own time. You are not welcome in this institute any further. She takes another step and vanishes from the room. Akale stands up, raising her hands, and goes, "It seems the summit is at an end, adjourned. I suppose all pertinent information on our work shall be relayed to each branch, respectively. I apologize for the inconvenience, but please depart at your leisure. I don't believe there's much to be happening here, so I declare this the end." And the room begins to filter out.
As I see people leave, I look at Clive and I go, "Fools."
What was that?
They're fools. If a mistake is caused, if an error is, happening, aren't we supposed to be trying to fix it instead of just pointing fingers?
That's usually the best course of action, yeah.
This is exactly what happened to the downfall of my own place. People were too busy pointing fingers, saying whose fault is whose, instead of trying to get into the root of the problem. This changes nothing.
Well, Axel, they're pointing fingers because this was all hidden.
They're pointing fingers because they need someone to point at now. Yes, I understand, but isn't it common for all of us to hold secrets? Especially the whole internet anyway, it's annoying. Everyone holds their secrets, especially different areas hold secrets and stuff like that we can't even get information from. So why are we surprised that our own leader, who's technically supposed to be above us, who technically has more power than us, holds their secrets? It doesn't change anything.
Yes, but do your secrets threaten to end the entire empire?
It does. But at least the thing is, I made my choice of how I handle it. She made her choice. And yes, she may have caused a really big issue. I can't say some issues, a really big issue. But it's what's happened has happened. We need to figure it out how to fix it then. At least minimize the effects. There's too much going on. We got too many things dooming us at this point. I'm sorry.
What is there even to do about something like this?
Well, first things first is we need to know the true effects of what it is. What exactly is it? A fungi, some sort of, they say a virus, but is it truly a virus? What does it feed off of? What causes, who are more susceptible to it? All these things. If we can figure these things out,
So we should
we can
speak to the
practically
knight.
figure things out.
We should speak to the knight then.
I agree. But this would have been a lot easier if everyone was still together, putting our minds together. That's the whole point of this place, the summit, is to put our minds together, talk about our achievements, talk about our problems, and figure out ways to try to solve it. Not point fingers and then force people to either leave or start acting childish and cause these things. I am apologizing. I'm just very irritated about this. This is really bad, I understand, but what now?
What now is that we do what Iranians do. If the summit abandons this cause, then we are now the summit, are we not?
That is true. You know what? Maybe it was a good thing I kind of exploded the way I did. That's a very valid point. So where do we start?
Well, we all just agreed we should speak with the knight. Unless Clive does not agree with this.
Clive, you in on
He's
this?
been nodding his head along. He just doesn't have much to add.
Alright, alright. I probably actually would not
two
pick up on
nerds. He's
that.
looking at us, two nerds. Yeah. Mhm.
I think I would genuinely only be paying attention to Axel during that, and I would not have
That's
noticed
fair.
you nodding your head.
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
As he stands up, let's mosey on down then.
As you exit the chamber, Magic Mind returns to you as all your arcane connections and different stimuli returns, almost like a tea turning on. Where do you wish to head to?
Adjunct mind?
Yes, Ophelia?
Do you know where the knight currently resides?
There's like a very long pause, which doesn't normally happen with Adric Mind. Yes, Ophelia?
I asked you a question already.
Apologies. Having issues. The Matrix. Unsure.
Axel, I believe things are going to be a lot more difficult. The adjunct mind is having trouble locating the knight.
Oh.
And I do not mean that it told me it could not. It repeated itself.
It's having problems.
This is very
Like-
concerning.
Apologies.
I don't
I
believe
need
in
to go-
coincidences. I really don't.
I think I should go speak with my brother on this matter.
Okay.
Do you all return to the Adric Spire
Alright.
together?
Yes.
Yo.
Move the time forward. You all return to the spire. You find Ishmael pacing nervously in the center of the room, eyes to the ground, hand with his chin, muttering to himself. Occasionally looking at images and numbers and schematic on an arcane projection on one of the middle tables. Your brother,
You okay over there?
Looking at
There's a lot going on right now. Your brother is sitting over at like your little station in the main chamber, Ophelia, and you have left the research room to take a breather to read some books. It looks like, I'm just. A lot of things are not working how they should be. The entire matrix is buzzing with something. Voice of Radness is ceding control from other branches and pulling their consciousnesses to an unknown cause.
Yes, the assembly has been dismantled by the potentate.
Oh yes, the summit, the fucking morons, the tribunal. I'm not talking about them, that's not important. I meant the arcane matrix is acting odd.
I believe that's related.
No, it's not, because the ones that are not being used by Voice of Radness, whatever they're doing, are not doing all their normal duties. An adjunct mind is having issues accessing certain information in places around the matrix, like it's being warded off, or like it's just...
That is why we're here. We were trying to
being
find the
blocked.
knight.
Not being... I mean, being blocked, yes, but... There's a lot of stress, I think, on the matrix right now. Like a lot of power being used.
So there's a limit to how much the matrix can be used at once?
Shouldn't be. I mean, an arcane consciousness pulls magic from the matrix itself, which is supposed to be an infinite reserve of all the arcane energy that exists, pulled into one place.
Yes, but infinite reserve with what capacity at once? Reserves can be infinite, but how much they can flow at once is not always infinite.
From what I've studied, it should be whatever the consciousness can manage and provide, and they themselves are supposed to be limitless as well. That's why there's an issue with this.
Gabe, you
Unless-
motherfucker.
Unless something's latched onto it like a leech.
Ministry Mind currently is also completely quiet about most things going on, but they're on high alert for some reason. And
Something latched onto it.
Is it a taken thing that you're talking about?
It could be.
What exactly did the knight say about the taking originally?
That it could take information, memories, abilities. It drained energy from armor and building structures.
Fuck.
You just said what I needed to hear. If I'm recalling that, I'm going to immediately interrupt anyone talking and say, what if the taking has affected one of the minds in the Matrix?
The minds aren't tangible that way.
We don't know that the taking is physical either. We've only studied it and assumed. Even during the assembly, they said it might be some kind of infection or virus, but this is all research that only the potentate was overseeing.
Well, the potentate, a Kale's team, which includes Zarius, and apparently the tribunal knew about it as well, but they...
Wait. Can this thing, like... I'm curious. The last place I went to when I was doing my research was having problems with their adjunct mind. When I disconnected, I had no more problems. And it was something bigger than time. Yeah, this thing might not be all physical.
Well, I wouldn't know. But whatever it
Axel,
was...
I think we should go to where that is.
Go to where?
I mean,
I look at Axel.
whatever this thing is it dangerous to be up close to it like this?
It's killed people like the Knight, according to the reports, and what he said in the room.
So I don't think we want to get up close to it. Is there any way to disconnect Abject Mind from these other nodes, or whatever you want to call it?
From the Matrix, he would die, metaphorically speaking. He is pure...
You can't even isolate it?
He is a pure arcane mind. If
You would
they-
have to create something else to do it.
Things like that exist. I mean, you were at the Deep Side facility. They have things called pseudo matrices there that work on their own private networks. Sunspot, I believe, from what my brothers told me, is one of those.
Do we have knowledge like that to use here?
Those are in contained labs for their certain purposes only. If you a deep site facility has access to it, but we don't have those here because we just use the normal matrix, which technically should be a greater power source than a pseudo one, more stable.
I understand that, but if this thing is connecting to the matrix, it can spread even more. Heck, those connected to it can probably get affected by it.
At this point,
In fact, that might be what has done it. What if someone who was infected tried to contact Adjunct Mind?
Oh, hell.
Continue, DM.
regardless, Ministry Mind being on highlight is a major concern as well. The Ministry Mind only goes on highlight when there's major military actions happening for Radness as a whole. Have you heard from Kalen recently?
I never hear from Kalen when he's on his expeditions.
6 months ends in a few days.
Is there any way to contact him? How do you contact a spire?
Wouldn't Adjunct Mind work or Ascending Spell?
Sending, yes. Give me a moment.
Wait,
What?
actually, never mind. I don't know if.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm just
I know
being
what
very,
you-
very.
I know what you're worrying about. I don't believe that Kalen's infected.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, I am going to disconnect myself from Magic Mind for a bit.
You should ask him to do that.
Please, Adjunct Mind, I
Adjunct-
need this.
My friend, Adjunct Mind,
Yes, I may help you, Axel.
may disconnect from me for a moment.
Of course. It fades. Your mind is very quiet.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
All of you, Axel's here. You haven't seen him since, I mean, for you, Clive, like, well, I guess for both of you, like last night. Axel's here now, though.
What?
Axel's here.
What?
That's fucked, dude.
Oh. Wait, is that happening to me exactly too?
Everyone. Axel's here. You haven't seen him since last night. You saw him outside the Ministry
Axel.
Spire, and Clive, you saw him upstairs talking with Lena.
Oh, hey,
It's-
Axel.
Good
It's
to see
good
you,
to
Axel.
see you here. We have something going on. Where were you during the assembly?
This is way above my mental capacity.
Excuse me? I've been with you this entire time.
This is my first time seeing you since last night.
Yes, Axel, you
Yeah,
just
same here.
just showed up here. I haven't seen you since the last meeting, probably.
We were looking for you regarding what's going on with the possible infection.
Yeah, I know. We had a whole conversation about that.
No, I've been talking with Ophelia and Clive about it.
No, wait. Let me try something. In that case, what was I about to do? Did I tell you?
Yeah, you're about to contact, what's his name? I'm using Ascending Spell to contact, DM, what was his name again?
Sorry, I would have said.
Oh my gosh!
I'm able to bring live. Right?
Okay. So, I believe that Axel is perceiving things differently than us, given that he is attached to time travel sorts of magic.
That makes sense.
But
I think.
why
Wait.
now? Did you do something?
I disconnected from Magic Mind. We were talking about those. It was more of my anxiety. It was more of I was thinking about the fact that, oh, wait a minute.
So you
What if
disconnected.
it's infected? And I disconnected.
Then you came here.
Hmm?
You disconnected from the adjunct mind and then you came to find us?
No, I was here the entire time. Then I disconnected. Now y'all acting weird. But my guess is for some reason it's either my time abilities are acting weird when connected to the mind, or something weird is going on. I don't know, but yeah,
This
apparently I
reminds
haven't seen
me
you
of
since.
something. Didn't you say there was a localized time distortion in another place you went to?
Yeah, the deep facility when I went to do more research on my, time magic.
The deep facility that has its own.
Yeah, like we were dealing with the ISO,
Yes, but the deep sea
Absolutely.
facilities have an isolated mine.
Yeah, and I disconnected from it when I kept going into this time echo thing that we talked about.
So, when something is going on with a mind in the Matrix, your time distortions arrive.
Wait, is it me that's being disordered? Is it everybody else who's? I don't know. Maybe something is weird. My flow of time is off. What if Abject Mind has its own flow of time? That would be weird, though.
But regardless, right now we're concerned about Kalen. Right, Kalen.
Yeah, you're gonna send a message.
I do not actually possess this magic. The best I can do, and something I had planned on at one point, is I was actually going to transport myself to his ship, but I don't know what that would do.
We'll be here in the 4
Adjunct
days.
mind,
Yes, Ophelia.
could you disconnect me?
Of course.
I feel any different?
There's
You
just,
disintegrate.
there's just a silence in your mind now.
Hmm.
Feeling different?
It's surprisingly quiet in my mind, actually. I never realized how much the adjunct mind was taking up in my brain. I should do this more for research.
Yeah, I should do that so I can understand what's going on. Hey, little buddy,
Yes, Clive?
could you disconnect me as well for just a little bit?
Are you
Sorry,
guys
partner.
mad at me?
No. I can
Okay.
never be mad at you.
You're disconnected as well.
All right.
Clyde's brain is still filled with brain rot.
Do we?
Deep fried memes.
Subway surfers.
Do we have an archive of spell scrolls anywhere?
You can request them, yeah.
Can I request them normal style without using the adjunct mind?
It'll take a bit longer, but yeah.
That's a good point. I'll reconnect. That was a test more than a stance.
Reconnect.
I don't know how you reconnect if you can't talk to the mind, but I'm not
pretty-
going to ask questions.
It's pretty difficult to reconnect. You gotta head downstairs. Adjunct Mind's central like focus point is the Adjunct Spire, and so there's like technicians or like mages that technically handle getting your brain all not wired up. You know, it's for back of a better word, wired up so that you're reconnected to the system.
I have to
You can
touch your
disconnect
forehead
that
or
easily.
something.
You can disconnect that easily, but getting back into it is a whole plug and play. Oh
I mean-
my gosh.
I mean, yeah, this is the most powerful thing. Technically, this is the most powerful information source in existence. Is an arcane consciousness.
Well, what I'm really saying is I'm surprised he just says yes the first time you ask him instead of going, "Are you sure you want to go through all that?"
He
Oh,
pulls a freaking. He pulls
I
a
mean-
freaking internet. Are you sure you want to disconnect
End
right now?
user agreement.
Yes or no?
I mean, he serves you guys. You can't say no and all that. He's like, all right, that's what they want.
That's fair.
He's too.
Honestly, though, it's good. We got to go back anyway because I want to check out what the place look like.
I mean, okay. In that case, I'll bring up. All right. I just wanted to see if something would change, but truly, I need the adjunct mind back for my next plan. So, I am going to go back and reconnect.
I'll go with you though and see if there's any funny, weird things going on over there.
I feel bad for the little buddy. I want to reconnect too. I'm gonna make him mad.
Why
Oh, I'm
did you-
not.
why
No, I'm
did
not
you
reconnecting.
Clive?
Solid. I'll be honest. I haven't understood a lick of what y'all been talking about. I thought I could clear my head for a bit, get a better idea, but he shrugged.
Nothing changed.
Well, I guess we go.
Because
Wait, Laertes. I was here to talk to Laertes.
he's still reading books.
wait,
He's been reading
yeah.
this whole time.
All right, I'll go over and talk to him quick.
Yes.
There is something wrong with the adjunct mind. It is not able to give us information as we request it. Do you, with your gifted abilities have any way to locate the night?
I haven't tried before. I could try. You give me a little bit, yes. But there's a lot more that seems to be wrong going on in this place, or everywhere, I guess. As he keeps reading the book.
What do you mean? Have you noticed anything?
Well, since I have some divine powers and or connections now, yes, something is very off. I can't pinpoint what it is, but something feels wrong. With like
Well,
divinity as
that's
a whole.
something. That something might be the taking, and that's why we want to speak to the knight, because he comes from a place who already dealt with this problem.
Ah, I can try. I will try. I will do my best. Give me a few. And he's gonna put the book down, and you see him trying to get like a meditative stance and focus in the seat he's resting in. And while he does that, you all get reconnected to Adjunct Mind in an interim. Some staff.
Not all of us. Axel doesn't.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah, I don't.
some staff return and get you guys reacquainted with everything. It's like a weird sudden adrenaline rush, like through your body for a second as it like all hits you, and then it subsides back down to that small pinpoint in the back of your mind of static.
Sorry about that, partner. I just wanted to see if my mind could catch up with what's going on.
Not a problem. Are we still friends?
Adjunct.
Appreciate you, little buddy.
Are we still friends?
Of course. I'm her deputy, after all.
I don't have a body for a badge.
Maybe we could code you in one later or something.
Code?
I don't know how you work. I can't believe you know what code is, honestly.
I like, yeah, man, I did Power Visual C++ back in the day. I was a software
He's actually
engineer,
got a degree in
actually.
computer science.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know how to use it.
I don't know a lick
I know a little bit of Java.
You ever
It's that
use,
coffee stuff, right?
you ever use Linux?
Oh, yeah, you would be that.
um,
You look like you use Linux.
but yeah, you're back with Adjunct Mind as well, Ophelia.
Adjunct Mind, I would like to requisition a spell scroll of sending.
Oh, of course. You see over at one of the, like, not console, but counters or desks in the office, it begins to almost manifest from the space there as if it's being created on the spot. And it falls down to a small slot.
Alright, I'm going to take the scroll and immediately use it.
You cast Sending.
Targeting Kayleen if it lets it.
It does go through. This occurs, Kalen, on your trip back. You're about a day and a half out from the core at this point in time when the Sending spell hits you. 25 words, Ophelia.
Yep, I'm going to count them as I speak them. I know that sending already lets the person know who I am, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to skip introductions. I'm not going to say his name. I'm just going to ask, are you okay? And do you know anything about the taking? Things are very bad here. I believe that's under limit.
Yep, that's 16. You're good.
I don't have any more to say in 10
Kalen,
words.
You can respond. You have 25 words.
I can respond.
Yep, 25
Yes,
words.
the sending works. It's so cool.
You gonna hit that? Nah, bro. What the heck?
Oh, hell, I just you play too much.
Man. This is the first time she calls me?
She called me and asked about
My bitch of a
that
wife
again?
asking me about science stuff again.
Bitch of a wife.
Asking me about science shit again.
I nearly died, and this is all I hear.
My best friend just got cut in half. The only thing being taken from me are the ones I love.
Only 25 words, bro.
Alright, sorry. You may respond, Caleb. That's 25 words. There we go.
Sorry, brother. It's all right.
I don't think. Do I even really know much about the taking other than obviously the small amount I've heard? I don't think I've heard anything more about it.
Other than that, roll me straight intelligence. I'll give you a D4 for guidance.
Great.
I know it's not gonna be the most help, but
That's great.
11. You don't know much more about it, but with an 11, that guy, that monarch said that something was taking away a lot of Iranian assets somewhere. Maybe it's the research they're doing all that stuff, but you don't know. You saw that other military force attacking the Third Aegis. Maybe. It could be. You know it can take over people, so maybe there's like some armies somewhere? Shoulder shrug?
Yeah. Alrighty, let me count on my word to make sure I don't go over.
Also, you'll be back in a day and a half in game if you want to add that to your message as well.
He's about to hit you with the what?
Oh, sorry, get back. My bad. A week and a half. My bad. A day and a half. I meant a week. I'm tripping.
I'm watching you, Dion.
What I do?
Oh no, I just wanted to say that. He's gonna kill us.
I'm gonna hurt myself at this rate. There's so much RP that happens, bro.
Wait, no, wait.
I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm gonna bash my fucking skull through a wall, dog.
You won't believe what's gonna happen next.
I'm gonna hurt myself. Guys, I really mean it. Last session this time. The dreaded 10 p.m. I look at my clock.
No. The verbose and eloquent extended RP sessions with the players.
It was really good RP. Kayla had a fucking awesome fight. Laylee got butchered. We had great scenes, and I'm like, it's 10 p.m. It's almost done.
At the end of the day, we're still having fun.
Oh, no,
We're having fun.
I just feel bad all the time. Like he's saying last session, and I go, damn, that was a good RP session. I look over the clock.
I mean, again, it's because of our RP and all that stuff. It's not your fault.
I feel like
literally.
Mason with Bellamar right now, bro. I promise, guys. Last session.
No.
On recording?
No one sees. They're private anyway. They're using for the fucking AI thing and for my own needs. They're fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry.
Oh, the AI's gonna go crazy with these.
Kaylin, your
Right.
response. My bad.
Okay. So, not good. Lost most men. There's too much to say in 25 words.
Yeah. Alright, we're at 5. You got 20 more. You got 5. You got 20 more.
Takening not much other than possibly another army. Only heard from a monarch saying things are being taken.
4 words left.
Back in 1 week.
Yes, sir!
Based.
Again, 1 week. That works, dude.
Yes, sir!
It works.
Yes, sir! That's the response you get, Kayla, or Ophelia from Caitlin.
Alright. Well, Kayleen has no information on the taking for the most part, outside of some isolated incidents. He's in a very unfortunate situation where most of his men have died, but he will return in a week, which means he is safe, I guess.
Most of his men died. What the hell happened?
I would not underestimate the Third Aegis. If they
Yeah,
were
but-
sending Kayleen after them, they were a viable threat.
I agree, but I fought with him and his soldiers. Something insane must have happened.
Something completely unpredictable.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They train for unpredictable. Like, when it comes to anything unpredictable, and whatever it was overpowering. That's the thing.
And also, if he was running out of men, I believe the Spires can send more. You think he lost it?
And that's why I said whatever happened was a bit extreme. Obviously, it was enough for it had to be used on my friend. I mean, he fights like a demon. That guy can fight.
Well, regardless, this is technically not the most important thing happening right now.
That's true. Sorry.
I need to go speak to Laertes.
And I'm going to head over to the Ministry Spire. I think I can deploy the first batch of my mechanoids. There's been a request for them to be sent out early.
I see.
You still need me to come along? Or?
No, this is strictly military they want them for.
Gotcha.
Military mechanoids? Uh-oh. That wasn't even the reason they were being built. This is a little too close to home.
Well, we might split up for a little bit then. I guess I'm going to do some more research on this connection of this new quote-unquote virus and this entity. I've had a feeling that's been at play.
I will find the knight.
All right.
But if you are not connected to the adjunct mind, how should I contact you?
At my
I can
house.
go with them.
Oh yeah, you could go with. You could be an envoy.
I mean, that's fine. Are you sure? Because I know I'm going to be quite busy.
Don't know how good I am at all this virus or magic mumbo jumbo, but I'll pitch in where I can.
Hey, I know you can shoot that. As long as I know I got some good defense next to me, I know we can handle anything.
Who is
Bodyguards,
attacking
which
you?
need, then
Who is attacking you right now?
Him.
You
Bro,
guys just
I'm an
unearthed the
innocent.
biggest
I'm an
conspiracy
innocent
already.
philosopher, bro. They might come for me, bro. I might be in
Innocent?
danger. Like I'm a weakling, bro. They might come for me, bro. Tear my
Weakling?
limbs
Your limbs
says the man
off?
who transformed into a fucking Triceratops twice.
off. But nobody else know that.
Oh my gosh, that's true. Whatever. I'm going to my brother.
He's still.
Be safe.
You guys separate. Before we move time forward to a week from now, because not much will happen beyond some small things I will describe to you in a week.
Gotcha.
Ophelia, you get to Laertes, who's upstairs. Still in the kind of main chamber waiting around. You enter, he is relatively quiet. What do you say?
Have you found anything?
Searching for your night person. Well, I didn't find them here. They're not to say that they're not here, but I didn't find them here. However, I don't. See, I'm gonna pause a second. There's a lot missing from home.
What do you mean?
So many people are missing.
Since when?
More are missing now.
Oh.
I don't know what it means. It's
I
like,
don't.
It's like
either.
they're there, and I can feel them, and then they're gone. Oh, they're back.
What do you mean they're back?
You begin to see, like, this milky white ichor come from his mouth and nose.
Laertes.
His eyes begin to roll back in his head.
Oh gosh. Hold on. Do I have anything? Fuck. Best I can do is
$10.
best I can do. Fuck you. Best I think I could do is maybe. That would be a hard gamble. I don't know about that one. Maybe a dispel magic.
Dispel magic. You cast dispel magic. some of the arcane items across his body vanish briefly, but he does not stop. They almost begin to convulse at a certain point, and then he suddenly just snaps still for a moment, and the head kind of rolls and falls and looks in your direction. One eye is this milky white, other one is this normal eye that's kind of looking around in different directions, while the other eye kind of stays affixed on you. And you feel a heavy weight in that primitive mind of yours. As if something is tearing its way to speak, almost latching onto that connection, that telekinetic latch that you and your family have to bridge itself to you, but in a very haphazard way. And it just says, I see you now. Before there's a pulse of gold from the eyes, and Laertes collapses to the ground and falls back unconscious.
I immediately try to go assess.
Without rolling medicine, breathing, but not waking up. We will not see Laertes awaken for at least a week.
Yeah, I know.
He's actually in a coma. He's dead, actually. Brain dead.
Oh.
However, he does collapse and will not awaken for a week. Before we jump to what happens... No, actually, we will jump to what happens in this week before I get to the end of the session. Axel, you are summoned to the High Chamber to meet the Potentate.
Huh?
Oh,
After everything that's happened?
Yes. You are
Oh
called...
gosh, you're done.
You are called to advise. For your station, your role, you are seated at the High Chamber. You are called to advise.
okay. And that is my job. I would do exactly that.
I will move you.
I would let Clive know. I'm like, I just got... Someone just came and talked to me and told me that I was called up, as I'm not connected to Object Mind and all. So,
Dude,
call to advise.
shit. Need me to come around? Stay outside the chamber at least? Or...
Who knows?
I'm surprised they didn't just contact Clive, honestly.
He's not the important one. They had to catch Axel. No offense to Clive, of course. But you're not that guy, pal. At least in this
Not-
particular case,
you're
you're not
right.
that guy. In this particular case.
I will be back in my, I'll be back. Hopefully it shouldn't be long.
Well, me too.
Alright, stay safe.
Me too.
For the sake of timing, this is the evening before Kalen returns back to the city. Regarding your investigation, Clive, Arthurain is narrowing in on where he believes Demetrius might be. You've not heard from
Gotcha.
Carrie Lee since you last saw her.
Fuck.
Ophelia, your research is making breakthroughs, but has slowed significantly with the incapacitation of your brother in the past few days. Axel, you enter the High Chamber. You see before you is not only the potentate atop their throne, but also the knight standing passively by at the base of the staircase.
Oh. I'll go in the middle.
Potentate looks down the staircase. Aradnis is in a state of crisis. As you probably were made aware of during the summit,
Yes.
branches of the administration are in dire need of focus and unity. I have a chance to give away for that unification and unity, or unification and collaboration. But with everything on the line, what advice do you have on how to best to proceed next? I have a way that if not to assure our victory, will at least defeat all our enemies and ensure Radnus will survive, but the cost will be great.
What is the cost? Is it yourself?
I will not say.
Huh.
What do you advise? On the crisis, on my decision, potential decision.
This is one of those moments where I can't truly tell you what's right or wrong
It is your
in these
station. It
situations.
is your station to tell me what you believe is right or wrong. You're an advisor. You're the last advisor of someone from the seats of the High Chamber. You will advise.
I agree, and I am advising, but once again, there is information you cannot give me, so I'm working with information I do not know.
Is the survival Radnus worth a great cost?
I feel the survival of the people is the great cost.
What do you consider to be the people of Aradnis? Is being an Aradnian enough? Is the strong the people? Is the average common person the people? Are you the people? Am I the people? What do you consider to be the people? Aradnis will survive
I agree.
by way of... What do you consider the people to be?
Exactly what you say. But the question is this decision, I know you can't really answer me. But what is your definition of survival?
There will be Aradnians alive, and our foes will be dead.
Will that be giving up our freedom?
No, never.
And who are our foes? The ones who are against us, or everyone that's not Iranian?
Currently, what is planned, there is no way to discriminate between friend and foe. Everything is considered foe before this decision.
So you're going to a scorch earth. That's not earth.
You supposed to say it counts. Earth is just, I think, ground.
Okay. So you're going scorch ground approach then. Burn everything.
If it is the only way to assure that the taking is defeated and our foes are no longer at our gates, then perhaps yes.
I don't think that's morally right.
I don't care for morals. I care for being alive. For our people being alive. I was made potentate because I can kill gods and lead us to a better future, not because I'm moral or right.
Yes, but you were fighting for our freedom and stuff, and I understood that part.
And we will be free
But-
still.
Yes, but you're going to be killing even the sons and daughters who never had a choice in the matter, or hasn't even decided to make a decision yet, or is not even born yet.
The knight will step forward and will speak and say, when the taking is involved, there is no certainty that the sons and daughters will be spared regardless.
So that's what this is all about. It's the taking, not just regular enemies.
Conte responds, of course, it's about the taking. Normal enemies we can crush in time or with force, but we don't have force to use right now. Truthfully, advisor, things are worse than they appear. Scorched
I don't really
Earth
understand that
might be
part.
our last resort, our only option. The knight here Has instructed us on how to use his solar abilities to perhaps create a phalanx around the city limits that can last an extra hour of time. But beyond that, what do you advise? Whether I take your advising or not is up to my discretion, but what do you advise?
Well, I've seen the future.
This room was in shambles, you said, but the room was still present, was it not?
Yes, everything was desolated, but it was still present. Nothing was here, but yet it still existed.
Nothing you could see was here. This room is
Everything
not a
was dark.
madness. Darkness does not mean it is devoid of light. It means you must seek it.
I would look at the night. This taking, what exactly is it capable? Can it infect things that is not physical as well, such as magic?
It can steal magic, but I don't believe it can infect magic.
They can steal it.
It steals energy, yes. It takes.
How does it affect others?
Either it starts in the mind, spreads to the body, changes them, morphs them, alters their physiology, makes them adaptive.
So it's a great enemy to the existence of mankind in general.
An enemy that is, unfortunately, a considerable foe to us as well, and one we are not succeeding against repelling. What do you advise? My time is short. I have much to plan.
I'm going to be honest with you. I can give you advice, but I don't have the strength to even execute such a plan anyway. The only thing I can tell you is we can do all we can to minimize or save people, but if
Saving
it truly is this threat that y'all speak of, and I can see the problem just by hearing its capabilities. Just maybe, I will say, if it is the last resort, then execute it. As much as I pain to say it.
They nod their head and look at you. Thank you for your advising.
Yeah. I'll do my part to try to help as much as I can, but
Do your part to live. There may be.
that's going to be hard if perhaps maybe one day my life might be the saving grace of something. I would willingly give it.
Very well. You were the last to advise me, as I said before. I will take all input, think on it, and decide. Should this be the last time we are meeting, Axel of the Edict Assembly, you have done a great service to Erasmus, and I hope to see you at the end.
And I would like to say as well, it was an honor working with you and advising you. And as much as people can say that what you have done is wrong and pointed fingers, I would honestly say I can truly believe and say that you've done what you thought was right for the safety of our people
For mortals, not for
and for our
some
freedom.
people. I do it for all mortals, whether they love me or hate me.
And I agree with you on that one. I actually see it in your actions.
Whether you live or die, Axel, you are an Aradnian. Hold your head high. I spoke with your colleague Ophelia. When you leave this room, you are at the apex, and shall remain as such while Radnus still stands.
I would do an Iranian salute. I don't know what the salute is, but I do it.
She looks away from you. The knight looks up at the top of the stairs and looks back to you and goes, "There is no good ending to these stories when the taking is involved."
As much as I hate to say it, that's just real life at this point. Stories, yes, but our lives are not fairy tales.
We've done all we could to mitigate the threat. For all it's worth, despite my begrudging and earlier attitude, all of my input was taken as it should be. But it might have been too late even then. You were the one that spoke at the meeting on my behalf, were you not?
Yes.
My life, and whatever lives that my work with the Iranian Empire has saved, owe you a great deal. You have my gratitude.
I'm just doing what I thought was right.
Then you will die fulfilled, more than others can say.
Thank you for that.
And the knight just stands by and wait for you to depart.
Yep.
Shoot, get out of here.
Yep, head right out the door.
1 week begins to pass. Those of you back home see through the streets as this week goes on a growing influx of recently outclassed warforged, adorned in armor and armed with weaponry, and the newer mechanoids devised by Ishmael, also adorned in weaponry and armor. A large number of them are combat ready. Some are around for general assistance across the city. You also notice that slowly building above the city, coming in dozens at a time, are citadels. Ones that have been kind of hovering around the general expanse of the core's limits, drawing closer in towards the main city itself. Between them, the mechanoids, the garrison, the enforcers in this defense flotilla, things are not well in the core. However, there's not much that your mind linger on for this topic, as those of you in the Adjunct Spire who have reconvened here every so often to update one another on the goings on of your weeks, see the defense flotilla begin to move. A battle-damaged citadel drifts through the defensive line and descends into the landing zone. It is not Kaelin's citadel that is landing here, though it is damaged and has seen battle. This was for the day that Kaelin came back, but you do not see his citadel present currently. Kaelin, we now get to the point in time where you see the hundreds of citadels above the city, the defense flotilla completely deployed. You see defensive formations of soldiers being amassed around the city exterior. And as you arrive in the city, the gates are opened and you vanish and reappear in the Adjunct Spire. All of you see Kaelin present in this moment. Armor scuffed and damaged. But he is here.
Holy.
Just super worn, insanely defeated.
Glad you made it back safe, at least.
I'm gonna go up
Barely.
and I'm gonna use healing hands,
Ooh.
Based.
which would be out of character at this point for what Kayleen is used to. What the hell is that proficiency bonus right now? Where is that on my sheet? 5. I roll 5d4.
Hell yeah.
Just missed the character development.
Kayla, your wounds, though already healed from the time you spent away from the battlefield, you feel a warm sensation that washes over you. We're relaxing, almost like getting a massage or a nice bath. Washes over your wounds. Your muscles begin to relax and detangle all the stress and soreness, washing away.
I appreciate that.
What?
Many. Well, where do you want me to start? It's a lot.
How did you lose your citadel?
We were ambushed. I led a traitor aboard and he set us into a trap, letting the enemy leader free, or one of the leaders free. That we spent lots of effort getting. But I have basically lost my entire army and my second in command.
No.
That is very unfortunate, but you made it.
I see things here don't look that great either.
No.
Definitely didn't matter.
Unfortunately, it may get worse.
As you say that, you get a ping, Kayla.
Oh.
You're being summoned to the Ministry Spire for debriefing and for next orders.
I'm being summoned. Obviously, there is no rest when it is taken in turn for the worst.
I suppose that's true.
Of course.
Yeah.
Ishmael will look to you, Kayla, and say, I can accompany you for a bit. I need to go report on the first test of the mechanoids anyways.
Sure.
He looks to you. Ishmael looks to you all, gives you a nod, and we'll head out before Kayla heads out. You head out immediately, Kayla, or do you spend a bit more time talking with them first?
I mean, is anybody else going to say anything?
As of now, no, not for me.
Just good to know you made it
Yeah.
back in one piece.
Oh, I'll play that character too. I also go, indeed, it's good to see you're still kicking, my friend. Especially, like I said, I saw you fight before, so I'm just glad to see that you're still alive.
I wish it was more than just me, but we need to take what we can get at times like this.
Clive just nods.
When you are free, I would like to talk to you at home.
I will try and get the chance. But with the information I have and the things going on in the city, might be another couple of months before I'm free.
I understand.
Kaelin, you depart the Adjunct Spire. Make your way over the Ministry Spire. You see a large number of... There are soldiers all throughout the city, guarding certain checkpoints that have been made, making like pseudo safe houses or outposts. Large numbers moving further and further outside of the city exterior. You and Ishmael walk in relative silence to the Ministry Spire. When you get there, he splits off from you and head to a different floor. You immediately head to the upper levels where you find not only Lanoth in the office, but every member of the Ministry and the Administration, Regulus, Caria, Giancarla. You do see Commandant Ilra, who had rescued you, is here as well as a few other commandants and soldiers you've not recognized before. Lanoth looks to you. as others are kind of beginning to filter in the room, and goes, "Wonderful. It is time to plan a defensive hold around the core. I'll be assigning commandants of high accolades certain directions of the city to defend. Unfortunately, though, we are low on numbers. We only have those we could call back from nearby battlefields present." He looks to you, Kalen, for a second. After looks to you, gives you locks your gaze for a second, gives you a long hold. You look around and do not see that the Z is here anywhere in the room. That being said, there's not much to discuss. We have been told that a barrier of solar energy will be put around the lower levels, our front lines, to give them a sort of burning barrier that if foes come in contact with it should immolate them, most likely. It lasts for an hour, but it should give us a bit of extra defensive time should they reach our front lines. This is very important, everyone. All avenues have been attempted, all plans have been conceived. When you are deployed to your station, if we win, you will see home again. Expect to lose. Some of you at least expect to lose. Which means to say, give them no ground. All but Kalen dismissed. I'm going to filter out the room. Kalen, report on the Deadlands briefly.
I'm gonna give you the cliff notes. I know that we don't have much time.
Which was a better circumstance for us meeting. Apologies. The dour briefing also was not good for the mood, but I needed to be honest with our men here. But yes, cliff notes, please.
When attempting to capture... Oh gosh.
Cantello?
Yes, I hate remembering names,
That's
bro. I
fine.
can't do this shit.
You're good.
In attempt to capture Cantello, we were quickly as we were coming up to secure him, he was in the midst of a meeting between the fire planes and a large celestial being that I don't think I've ever seen before.
Did the fire plane assist you at all? I made contact
No.
with their advisors.
They did not. They seemed like they were making some kind of deal with the Third Aegis, and I was hoping me taking Cantello that it would make it so that deal would not go through. But I was met with some complications, and we were ambushed. We had a traitor on board that led to some people being released.
A traitor? Who?
We don't know. I don't know. But someone had to have been on board because multiple of my men were killed and Cantello was released. And then we were ambushed.
I understand. So Cantello is at large. But from all reports, many Third Aegis have been killed in your conflict, from all reports I've seen. That might have to be good enough for now. Once we handle this defense, we can handle the Third Aegis afterwards. Things are looking bad for us, but not impossible. We face worse odds. I should also inform you, and I told the rest to leave in advance of this, the Z is in the Celestial Highlands, attempting to make a blockade for our northern side. There has been an alliance made with the Renegades, the Celestial Renegades up there, to assist in the defense from the forces that be. Our last report indicated they were being overrun slowly, but that they were still holding. He just gives you a long look and a very solemn nod.
I think of any other information I missed?
What of your work with Demetrius and Ministry Intelligence? Was he of any use?
He's the guy that showed up, right? That was been doing like the investigations for me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's the one I let on board, and then all things went downhill. I can't be for certain that anything is connected to him, but he seemed to not be there after speaking with Cantello.
It probably is then. We've had issues with him here as well, which is peculiar. Two places at once. Very well.
I also heard that his second in command was also set free here. I don't know if that's true, but I haven't. I was told that it was happened.
I understand. I will give orders for Demetrius to be killed on sight then. I don't have time for questioning him any longer. If he is not traded, we'll revive him. Simple as. These games bore me. I have more important things to attend to.
Oh, also a devil came up to me and said that he'd meet me back home, so he didn't have any familiar looking features, but he was definitely a demon or a devil or whatever the fuck.
He will describe to you the exact devil you saw on the battlefield and say, was this about?
Well, yeah, that's him.
Shit.
He attempted to assassinate me in my office just a week ago.
He was on the front lines with one of the barons. I can't remember his name.
Third Aegis. Bastard. Very well indeed. In that case, stay close to escorts. You are being deployed to the northern side of the city for defense.
I salute and take my leave.
Don't die, Galen. I know I told you this prepared to die, but I'm assuming Z's not returning. I would like to not lose you as well.
I'll do my best, sir.
You are dismissed. Before we end, which is happening in the next 5 minutes or so at most, hours begin to pass for you all. Is there anything they wish to do in the city before evening? A place they wish to visit?
Anybody?
I think I will crap because I haven't had the need to use it, but I'm going to use it now. And it's up to you, DM, if it's okay for me to be able to prep this, which was it's part of the monocle. I would like to spend, that entire, pretty much the day and the night to prep with the scene between the timelines and have that ready just in case.
Okay.
I toss a turn as I look in between times.
What? Before I move time forward, I gotta do something with her anyways. Yamcha walked out of her lab. I gotta do something with her. She's been sitting there for like 5 sessions now.
Oh, damn, Yamcha. I thought the taking got you.
She walks... First of all, when she exits her lab, she's about a head taller than about most of you in the group. And she looks like she's been hitting
what?
And she looks like she's an Olympic athlete currently, like muscle-wise.
Huh?
Dude.
The hell happened in there?
Her eyes are dark and slit at the center of the pupils. She walks straight up to Axel looks at him, or looks at you rather, Axel, and all of you are present for this. It looks like, first of all, she has one bag packed in one hand and she's walking out. Looks to you, Axel, and I don't know what her fucking voice was. It was super nasally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that shit. You're getting normal Gabe voice for this one.
That's fine, brother.
She looks to you and says, I spoke with someone in some sort of draconic pathway. I believe the source of my affliction is draconic in nature, and it gave me some sort of kinship connection with them. I spoke with something known to me, what they described their name to be as his mother time. If you
What?
If you are willing, I can pass along a message on your behalf, but I'm leaving after that. There is a plan to escape infinity, and it lies with them. I have to understand what my new blood means, and I wish all of you the best. But I need to go. If you have a message to pass along to this mother time, you can let me know now.
Yeah. If you're escaping to this time?
I don't know what their plan is, but there is a plan.
Here. I'll take the copy of the paper I was writing of the branches and stuff like that, my theory, and I go, if anything is to happen to me or this timeline, at least this timeline will have a head start.
Oh, Axel, you don't know, do you?
What?
There's a look of almost pity in her eyes for a second before she takes the paper and turns to walk out the door. The rest of you... Axel's here.
I just look around. Am I
God
dying or something?
damn.
There's no
Last
way.
time you guys have seen Axel was around the first administration meeting, when... back before all this happened. You haven't seen Axel since, you want to say... Damn, when was it? It was the first meeting, right?
You really
know
had
what's
to go and
happening.
say, I give my all, head ass.
I know what's happening now.
Anyways, Axel's here now. You think it was the first meeting last time you saw him, but Axel's here now.
I'm fading.
How do you actually see Yamcha?
It has been a long time since you've seen Axel. Like, at this point, almost half a year. 6
Yeah,
months.
Gabe said first meeting.
I just picked up on that. Yeah, fuck.
Oh, Axel, you're back.
Where you been, partner?
I've been here.
Oh, I know you were probably still within Aradnus, but I assumed you were doing some extensive research. Have you heard about what's happening?
What are you talking about? I know what's happening. What are y'all talking about? I know everything that's going on currently. We just had
That's
this
what I
conversation. Did y'all
No.
forget about me again?
I look at Clive.
You have no clue what he's talking
He's-
about. There's never been any more where you've forgotten about
He's-
Axel before.
Has a fucking confused look on his face, and because I don't know. Shrug.
When was the last time I talked to you?
Oof. What, Ophelia? The what? First meet?
What was that meeting called?
It was just the. I mean, there was no first side, but it was just the first administration meeting. You guys haven't had there hasn't been a meeting for the
administration
administration. These happen like
Yeah.
every couple hundred, maybe 1,000 years, because they're again normally aged like that. These are only for major.
Yeah, this is the one where he pitched his thing, right?
Yeah,
Not the night
this
one.
This one where he first talked about his idea about using the monocle to view timelines.
The last time we spoke to you is when you presented your monocle.
Yeah.
Have you found anything else about that?
Oh no.
What's wrong?
Now it makes sense. It's fine. Nothing.
Shoot a quick weird glance at Ophelia. Like,
Well, we should be prepping, right?
Yes.
you can You can tell us about where you've been and how your research is going on. We're getting ready.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sun begins to set. The defenses of the core are a sight to behold. There are, again, hundreds of citadels, vehicles that by themselves can level cities. Perhaps millions of garrison troopers on all sides of the reinforced defense networks. Enforcers and mechanoids patrolling the streets, and assisting in civilian safety. Warforged moving as auxiliary between all regions of the city. The military might of Aradnis is truly awe-inspiring. Yet you can't help but linger on one glaring question. Or rather, a question with an answer you already know to. That what is happening? You've been working for so long, but you know what's happening. You know why the course on the defensive. You know why the Potent hasn't spoken directly, at least Axel does. Every citadel in the flotilla turns in the same direction and begins to fire. Hundreds of these vessels shooting tens of thousands of spheres of energy and missiles of magic that streak through the dim orange glow of the purple sky and arc in the darkness on the horizon. However, the darkness is moving. The attacks impact an encroaching wave of shadow. A mass of charging figures, their number from this observation as you all stand at the top floor of the assembly, or the adjunct spire, appearing to be possibly even greater than that of the defensive forces. This unknown horde of entities, which you all can assume what it might be, is charging toward the core, and all the firepower being levied at them is not slowing the advance all that much. As you all watch this, suddenly, without warning, a wave of loss, fatigue, a tide of removal or denial hits you. Your mind begins to fill with updates as Adjunct Mind almost unwittingly or unknowingly filters information from across all surveyable Aradnian territories. You feel such a horrid sensation and unequivocal uneasiness, like a rolling blackout. The connection to patrons, gods, and spirits is severed sequentially across all known Aradnian territories, across all known planes of existence. You only feel it at first. Then through Adjunct Mind you learn about it, and finally you see it. Winged forms fall from the cloud ceiling. Hellish rifts open and launch devilish figures at random. Fake creatures flash into existence. Entities that otherwise would have never been seen out of their territory, let alone all at once, all together, are suddenly everywhere, and they are confused. Some don't look like fighters, some look like civilians, elders, children. Before we end, which is very soon, I keep saying very soon, we start with Ophelia. As you all observe this, Ophelia, you are, of course, celestial in nature. Your psyche expands to its limits in a struggling attempt to make sense of what you can feel happening to you right now. And that feeling is your celestial blood heating, cooling, a rhythmic cycle of fluctuations in your body that serves even into your mind. The connections you've harbored to planar travel through your work, your awareness of it all, and your lineage, its very origins begin being extraplanar and perhaps beyond all bounds of moral comprehension. Witnessing what comes next is not a choice. It is what is happening to you right now. Somewhere beyond what you can see and know, your people, even those not earthly bound to Servasi, quite literally your people, celestials from all walks of life, all planes, all levels of power beneath that of deities, are crying out, and then they go quiet. For whatever connection entities of celestial creation had to those realms beyond no longer harbors that through line. There is nothing binding you or the others like you to the deities any longer. Exodus. There's no voice or origin to this thought. There's only the knowledge that you've been abandoned, that you were alone, that whatever link there was to you and being a celestial no longer exists. Blood, and all of you see this, seeps from the pores in Ophelia's skin like oil rising above water. She falls to her hands and knees. What makes a celestial? Why, it's in the blood, of course. Blood of the purest divinity. Blood of the blessed genes. Blood that was alone to you, not that you earned or were born with. The divine saw it fit to give you pieces of themselves to make you greater than those they do not control. And now that blood is being returned. Exodus. In its truest sense, everything celestial about you is fleeing, returning. But when there is no deity to return to, where will it go? Your mind snaps to your research, to your experiments. How does this blood from beyond the boundary know where to go? How does it know where to go? What plane? What place? What entity? Why? It hurts, but why? Why is it not physical? Tears well up. A primal thing. The embrace of a mother. The smile of a protective father. The security of a loving family. Your memories of youth come to you. When life was different. When life was perhaps good. When life made sense. A time when your parents weren't soldiers, when your mom wasn't a spy, when your dad wasn't a servitor, when you were just a girl. Memories blocked by years of training, indoctrination, and unknowable celestial programming, all being undone. Exodus. You vomit up light. The final elements of celestial energy spilling from you internally, leaving you cold and empty. You collapse to the ground and feel something metaphysical shift in existence. Rifts and plains are being opened all across these lands, and much like the essence of Icar that poured from you, so too will celestials pour from these rifts and be left here. Abandoned like a girl whose world was flipped when she was told to become Servasi's greatest follower. Exodus. The departure of all things celestial from the mortal world. That is the final comprehension that permeates through your being as your eyes grow heavy and you fall into unconsciousness. The Exodus begins. The greatest feat of planar travel and bridging that ever or will ever exist, and you will not be awake to see it. What cruel irony is it that the gods laugh in the face of your greatest breakthroughs by doing something far superior, and is at a time when they abandon you all and take what little they had given. And so the stars begin to fall. And into darkness, so too do you. In the same instance, as you feel this wave of disconnect from across the plains, Axel. It's like a dam has been destroyed. This connection to the gods, this exodus of their domains has brought forth clarity. Whatever the Pantheon had done to deny, hinder, and cloud clairvoyance or future sight, as ladies once told you, it is gone now. You can look into the other worlds without consequence or deterrence. And so, almost unintentionally, or perhaps instinctively, or uncontrollably, you do. You look for a solution, your mind racing faster than your perhaps body can process, or maybe it's not your mind, maybe it's a mind of another using you as a conduit. You search for a possibility or action that can prevent what is to come. You scour the infinite possibilities. Yes, infinite. There are infinite ways to... The branches of the tree within your mind's eye begin to wilt. The leaves fall, the pathways crack like dry bramble and splinter for a crumble beneath the weight of something. Something in the canopy. No in the roots. No in the tree. Only one path remains. Only the trunk. The supreme verse, as you called it. And it is a horrid desecration of all that you hold dear. It is the antithesis of possibility, the denial of change. It is everything and nothing. Infinity and further, but an infinity that leads to all paths becoming one, and that one path being your end. In all branches, this taking overcomes everything thrown at it. In every timeline, there is no other outcome for Aradnus. for the material plane and all others. It is only in this reality and one other that something is different. Despite the thick fog and haze that obscures your glimpses into the endless possibilities you see, Aradis refused to yield. You see a flash of light, and for the briefest of moments you see balance, and then assured destruction of this existential threat. But the costs of such balance you cannot see. Only the which just before are visible. But the concept of time seems to not persist for whatever comes after. And that will be in tonight's session.
Bruh.
Damn.
Man,
I mean, look, I kind of had a gist this was probably going to happen to me somehow. But that's why I gave out my my work, bro. Somebody else going to have to take that mantle now. Whatever timeline it goes to. It don't even have to be another Axel. Just got to be another nigga.
I don't think that's what they're called. I don't think that's what they're called. I don't think that's what Aradis calls them. I don't believe that's correct.
you should rewrite the script. I think it'd be funnier.
Oh, my bad. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm wrong here.
Dude, oh my
Are you
gosh.
stifling a
This is
player's creative
crazy,
vision?
bro.
I am. I'm so sorry. I'm stifling everyone's creative vision right now.
That was hard though, Gabe. The advisory part, bro. I was trying to figure out how Axel would respond to a situation where one, I kind of had a feeling where it's probably gonna go with Scorch Earth they were thinking about, and at the same time, it's like Axel doesn't really condone that, but at the same time, but he does understand that if it outweighs like the fact that he's trying to preserve all of mankind, I mean, humanity gotta live, bro.
I'm glad I'm playing a character with a high intelligence, so I can naturally string together certain things that are things I actually just know, because I've played these games before. I
Yeah,
know
this
what's
click-
happening right now. This
It
has
clicked with
been
me, bro.
a crazy retelling.
I'm disappearing, bro. I'm fading. I'm literally, like you said, a fire fate, like burning.
How- Last scene where the last time we saw like Axel after the first meeting, that actually made me kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh